Alright, looks like we are live. How are you jackasses doing?
Hey everyone. I just wanted to come on here and clear up some confusion from my last video, the SARMs video that I made. Some people were a little confused by some of it, so I wanted to come here and clear things up. For those of you that don't know what a SARM is, SARMs stands for Selective Androgen Receptor Modulator. They're compounds designed to bind to androgen receptors, kind of similar to how steroids work, but in a more targeted way. The idea is that a SARM, as opposed to affecting the whole body like a steroid, SARMs aim to selectively stimulate muscle growth and sometimes bone growth. They're also non-androgenic, so they do come with less risks of like the vocal changes, hair growth, things like that. But they absolutely do not come without risks. Some of those risks being increased heart attack and stroke, much like steroids, liver failure in some cases. There's even been cases of vision loss. Research on them is still very limited, and in practice, they have been known to.
She was on a hell of a lot more than Anavar, let me fucking tell you. She went through some of her cycles. She was on very, very high doses of Anavar. I think she got to over 20 milligrams a day. And she also was on a lot of Primobolan. I think it was like 200 or 300 milligrams per week, which is a lot for a female.
Cause hormonal imbalances. And in terms of long-term safety, the outcomes are unknown, but they still carry risks and they are still not fully understood. And because they are a gray market, companies can legally sell them as long as they label them as not for human use. But taking them is illegal. My light just went out. So I never said SARMs don't work. In fact, we have plenty of evidence that they do work. Now, I have personally never taken a SARM, as well as, like I said in the other video, I don't know any other pros that have taken SARMs. I've talked to people like gym bros that have taken SARMs, but not any other pros. And again, that's not saying that they don't work. I just don't have much experience with them. Now, I have done research on them. They could offer some benefit for somebody that is trying to do competitive bodybuilding at a high level. The purpose of that video was to call out influencers that are promoting SARMs as complete.
I'm not on TRT. I'm taking testosterone and growth hormone. Probably by the end of next month, I'm going to up the testos and add in boldenone.
Completely safe alternative to steroids, because that is just not true. Okay, I was not calling out the compounds themselves. I was not saying they don't work. I was not, demonizing anything about them or people that take them. It was to call out the influencers that are promoting them in an inaccurate way. And another problem that I have with that is a lot of these influencers will claim natty while taking SARMs. And I mean, I'll let you guys decide how you feel about that. I personally don't feel like that is an accurate description of, somebody being natural. Natty, by the way, natty means natural. I also mistakenly called BP157 a SARM. It is not a SARM, it's a peptide, and I apologize for that. It was years ago, so I apologize for that confusion. So having said that, my stance on PEDs and SARMs. I am not against them, not in any way. The only thing I am against is people promoting them in an inaccurate way to people that are relying on expertise of others. If and when I do decide to do another cycle, whether it's SARMs or something,
The test I'm on is about $50 a month, and the growth hormone I'm on is about $400 a month.
else, again, I am not ever going to go back to the big cycles that I used to do, but if I decide to go back to something, I will be consciously taking on the risks and knowing the risk, and that is my choice. And I'm not going to ask internet strangers for permission to do that, or permission to do anything with my body. Just like you guys should not be asking others permission.
If I inject test in my pee hole while I'm peeing, or what if I inject test in my pee hole while I'm peeing? I don't know if it'll go all the way in.
To do things with your body. You should decide that for yourself. The only thing that I consider wrong is the misrepresentation. And I am absolutely against SARMs, PEDs, steroids being promoted without the full picture. So I hope that is clear for you guys. I am not judging anybody. I'm not telling you guys what to do. I just want to give the full picture because this is absolutely a gatekept community. The bodybuilding, enhanced bodybuilding community, the fitness community, it is gatekept, and there's so many secrets, and there's so much misleading, and there's so much misinformation. It's just insane. So the purpose of that video,
not really anymore. You can find plenty of videos where top pros go over their whole drug stack, you know, off-season, pre-contest, all that.
Video was to shed light on the influencers claiming SARMs to be a safe alternative to steroids. They are not.
The thumbnail is the last thing a carnist sees before getting raped by Mr. Gaines. JK, hi Richard. Nice Gaines, you look kinda scary TBH.
Yeah, there was a power outage an hour ago. And I was working out in the basement, and I had to turn on the battery light that I had, and I thought it'd be funny to take this pic. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. How much protein do you take a day now since you take juice? About 250.
I do this variation often. I combine the Larson and Spoto press into one to work on explosive power. Sets 2 and 4 shown. Based on the 4th set, how many do you think I can get on regular bench? 315.
I don't think this is really helping your explosive power. Because again, if you're doing normal flat benching, you're going to be able to move the bar faster with the same amount of weight, because you're just more balanced. I'm not a big fan of the Larson press personally. I know some people really like it, but I feel like benching with a completely flat back is just harder on your shoulders. And I don't really understand like the benefit that you actually get from it. If you want to increase like power production, what you could do is just set up like a normal bench, but just use lighter weight and just do faster reps. Or alternatively, you could just do pin presses. That would make more sense to me than just doing like a Larson. But how many are you getting here? Well, you got 3 very easily. Are you not going all the way down to your chest on these? I don't know. I feel like you could probably get 8. That seemed pretty easy. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan.
Trump has called Charlie a matter for freedom.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's fucking crazy.
And so, on that terrible day, September 10th, 2025, our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal. He's a martyr now for American freedom. I know I speak for everyone here today.
This is insane cult-like behavior. Like, just absolutely fucking nuts. This Charlie Kirk thing is so fucking weird. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
So is test a drug you can use without adverse effects when you go off? Are you at low doses? Is there a limit where if you go past it you can't stop taking it without your test levels dying off, or was that a myth? I don't get why it's not more used by men.
Any exogenous androgens are going to cause endogenous shutdown. And depending on the half-life of the drug, the length of the ester, your own genetic response, you may have a quick rebound, a slow rebound. You may never get to normal test levels. Kind of depends on what drugs you're taking, what the half-life of the drug is, length of the ester, your own genetics, and how long you've been taking these drugs. If you're going to go on steroids, I would just plan to never come off. Why would you ever bother coming off? It's just kind of stupid. So if you're worried about fertility issues, just get your sperm frozen. Then you have perfect samples that you can always use no matter what, and then you don't have to worry about coming off. And why is it not used more? Because the medical system is run by dumb fuck retards. Thanks for the donation though, Pharaoh.
Shameless niggers. Unbelievable.
My favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do?
He took the opportunity to ramble about some insane anti-Semitic horseshit at his funeral.
About this guy telling the truth about us. We must make him stop talking.
I hear like there's some people in the audience going, ugh. What the fuck?
And there's always one guy with the bright idea, and I can just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up.
Dude, Tucker is like fucking crazy.
In that private moment on his dying day, we find everything we need to know about who Charlie Kirk truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right. But
He's trying to radicalize Republicans to be more violent against Democrats. Great. Everything's going just great. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Last thing. I didn't go all the way down to my chest. I stopped a few inches before my chest and paused it for a half a second. I combined the Larsen and Spotto press into one. I'm going to continue to try new things.
Alright, well, it's up to you. I'd be a little careful benching that way because that does put a lot of strain on your pectoral tendons. So just be careful not to snap your shit up. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan.
Not completely safe. They come with plenty of risks, and they're still illegal to use, okay? So if some of you guys
Not in Canada. Everything's legal in Canada.
out there have bought SARMs from an influencer because they were, promoting them, and you went on the website and you bought it, and you're thinking, oh, this is just like a supplement. They're illegal, okay? If you were to admit using them,
she's...
I know Hot C. Trump should be ousted for hate speech.
Well, we know that's never going to happen. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Do you think Trump will run again if he doesn't die? Well, yeah. He's probably not going to survive to the end of his term, though. He's in really poor health. Illegal to sell, market, dietary supplement, Food Drug Administration has not approved SARM for medical use and has issued warnings against. Well, they can be sold for research purpose. What is the source for this? I don't think this is accurate. No one gets thrown in jail for having done a drug, so that sounds inaccurate. In Canada, you can do whatever drugs you want. Nobody cares.
you could get in trouble for that. And I think that's also something a lot of people don't know because they bought them off of a website. They've bought it with a discount code. And that to me, that is so messy in the sense that you're selling something online to people that don't really know exactly what they're getting into. And I think that's why I was so I went off of emotion in that video, was because I have a deep aversion to people promoting things inaccurately. So in short, the purpose of my SARMs video was not to give advice. It was not to say that they don't work. It was not to demonize them. It was to...
Good, we do not need him around any longer.
Yeah, the sooner he's gone, the better, really. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
call out the influencers and the fitness industry for promoting them as a safe alternative to steroids, because that is just not true. And in short, the purpose of my channel, in the most basic terms, okay, because I have a lot of things that I do want to say on this channel, but the condensed version is I want to give a complete picture of enhanced bodybuilding and the fitness industry if I can. So anyway, you guys, I just wanted to apologize for any confusion.
I really like her voice. I know a lot of people think it's weird when girls have like a deeper voice from steroids. I think it's actually kind of hot. There's that cartoon show Venture Bros, and there's the character named Dr. Girlfriend, and people think she's trans because she has like a really super deep voice, but I actually think that's kind of hot. I don't know why. When a pretty girl has like a deep sort of voice, I don't know, I think it's hot. It's kind of strange.
I hope that cleared
I also like big noses.
things up. I know I don't always have complete thoughts. My other light just went out. When I sit down and film a video, especially if it's a more emotional video, I don't always complete the thoughts, and I apologize for that. I'm trying to get better at it. I'm also trying not to censor myself. Anyway, I hope that cleared things up, and
a reel where it's you never have to work out again.
No way. He's saying this literally the same example.
If I could do 20 sets and that was actually like pretty efficient and it worked, that's what I would do.
Well, it's kind of steroids. The pill kind of exists. And so, Sam, if you want to do 30 sets, take more steroids.
New Frank vids. Also new Vince Goodrum vid about Wes Watson. Please watch.
Alright, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Jew Lover.
Like if you hate working out, then you want a routine where it's like 1 set a day. Like the ideal, well, I guess the ideal would be 0 sets.
Yeah, exactly. Like I like working out. I like going hard. I like racing. I like sprinting. I like pushing myself. I don't just like optimal gains. I like having fun optimally in the gym. That's important to me. And so I would rather train this way, even if it meant less gains, than train like a pussy. I just don't see the fun in that. And so for me, it's about the journey rather than the destination. I say this all the time. People think it's a cliche. It's about the journey, guys. Like the destination is how much muscle you're going to have. Let me tell you this right now. No matter how much muscle you end up with, you're going to want more. Why not enjoy the journey, the process? Because regardless if you end up looking like Sam Sulek in the end, hey, that's your goal. He's your idol. And you get to Sam Sulek's physique. Are you think you're going to be happy then? Of course not. You're not even close. Sam Sulek's going to get...
Only problem is when Trump dies, J.D. Vance becomes president.
Well, yeah, but I mean, at this point, it's hard to argue that would be worse. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Murdered in IFBB Pro competitions. He's not going to beat Mike Sommerfeld. He's not even going to get to the Olympia. He's good, but there's always going to be better. And so why not...
Yeah, I'm going to make a video on the steroids, don't worry.
Enjoy the journey. If Sam could take a magic pill, I mean, it's technically taking steroids, it's almost a magic pill, but let's say he had a magic pill and this magic pill said, you don't ever have to go to the gym ever again. You get all the gains you're going to go by going to the gym by not going. Would you take it? No, because that would be like teleporting to your destination. It's about the journey. Do you really just want to get to the end without experiencing any of the hardships, any of the sacrifices, any of the effort that you put in? That would be a nightmare. Hey, I want to wake up tomorrow on stage day, on show day. You can snap your finger, take the pill, and voila, you're on stage now. There's no way I'm taking that pill. But Greg, you would fast forward through all the suffering, all the pain, all the hunger, all that cardio, all the dieting. That is the point of doing the show. Show day is 5 minutes. I prefer the journey of getting to the stage over being on stage in that moment. I don't really like being on stage that much. Like, it's all right, but I prefer each and every week looking in the mirror and flexing, waking up in the morning and knowing that I'm pushing myself harder than others. I like telling myself, you know what? There's 100 people out there trying to do this, and I'm the only one that can do it this hard. I want to push myself more than others. That is the challenge. That is the reward. I'm sure Sam is doing the same. So ask yourself that question. If you could swallow the pill and get that dream physique right now without putting any work in, would you do it? Because if you would, you're not.
No, I was eating tofu.
Not me. I want to be the best bike rider that I can. Do you think I would swallow a pill so I don't have to ever ride the bike? Where's the fun?
If there was a pill where you got more jacked from not exercising, and then when you exercised, you got smaller, I don't think I'd take that pill. Like, yeah, it'd be fun to just be jacked, but I kind of like training. I'd rather just have Captain America's super soldier serum, where, you know, you're obviously going to be in insane, crazy shape no matter what, but you could go to, like, another level and be just god tier, you know, ultra powerful if you just work out. That'd be more fun.
Fun in that. Yeah, fun crossing the line in first place is cool, but knowing that I had to sacrifice for a month, and I say a month, it's been 5 straight years, and I'm at my best right now. All-time best, fastest bike riding I've ever done. I'm almost 50. Do you know how much fun that is for me? That is what I live for. That's what I wake up for in the morning. That is the highlight of my...
Is Greg Doucette Jewish? Like, I mean, I can kind of see him being sort of Jewish. I didn't know he was actually from a Jewish background. Please help me, Richard, before it's too late for Joey. I'm going to kiss Joey's face off. Don't kiss Joey too hard. He still needs his face. Just kiss him enough so that he knows you love him, but don't kiss his face off. He still needs it. But if you had the serum, everyone would, and thus it would be rendered the new normal and thus pointless. Well, no. Well, with Captain America's Super Soldier Serum, they were only able to develop it once, and then they ended up losing the technology because of the saboteur, you know, the spy with the Nazis. If there was a Super Soldier Serum like that, I would only want it for myself and maybe give it to like a friend of mine or something. I'd that would be horrific if everybody was immortal and in amazing shape. Because then you'd have like fucking assholes everywhere that you'd actually have to like fight, and it would be difficult, and they wouldn't be able to die unless you like rip their head off or something. So, if I had access to the Captain America serum, I would just use it for myself and maybe give it to like one or two friends of mine, and that's it.
My day. The days when I can't race.
I think it's safe to say that this country is not having a progressive future anytime soon.
Yeah, it seems like that might take a while. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Those days, not so happy. There's no way I'm sacrificing all of that to take the magic pill to not train and not do what I want. And so if you go to the gym just to get it over with, well, I feel bad for you. I wish that you liked it as much as me. Imagine if you had the same feeling of getting excited to go to a party, a fiesta, whatever, a restaurant, the movies, dirt biking, going on vacation. You're going to Mexico next week? Oh, really? For a week? That's how I feel about my life every single day. That dream vacation that you have, that wedding day, it's how I feel every day. And so imagine having my life. My life every day feels like your life when you're about to get married, you're about to go on vacation. People are writing negative things in the comments section. Would a negative thing in the comment section hurt you if the next day it's Christmas morning and you're spending time with your friends, your loved ones, your family? This is how I feel, and that's how I want you to feel. This is how I feel about exercise, and this is how I want you to feel about exercise. This is why I became a phys ed teacher. I wanted other people to feel a passion for fitness the way that I do. A reason to wake up and be excited every single day. It doesn't matter if you had a hard day, you just broke up with your girlfriend, things aren't going right, you lost your job. Hey, at least today I get to go work out. The weights will always be there for you. You've seen those memes. It's true. It's reality. Try and find something so that you really, truly love it the way I do. And trust me, if you do, your life will get better.
In their world, it's, I wish there was a pill, like a real, where it's, you never have to work out again.
No way. He's saying this, literally the same example.
But from my perspective, like, I like it in the gym. If a workout if I could do 20 sets and that was actually like pretty efficient and it worked, that's what I would do.
Yeah, so he's saying, hey, if there was a pill that I could do 30 sets, I'd take the pill to do 30 sets. Well, it's kind of steroids. The pill kind of exists. And so, Sam, if you want to do 30 sets, take more steroids. It's slightly like my comparison, but my comparison was if there's a pill so that I don't have to work out, I wouldn't take it because I like to work out. And I think that Sam would do the same.
Like, just imagine for a second.
My goodness. Gummy's drinking water. That's my gum. You're drinking water, Gum. Did you know that? Did you know that you're drinking water? He's so handsome. Oh my god, he has such a big cat head. I love my Gum.
That the evidence-based routine happened to be more fun.
Fuck. Dodo, any tellers, did you respect Charlie Kirk as a man? No, he's fucktard. Not one bit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I don't know how or why or whatever.
If for me it clicked as more fun, I'd have to do it.
Yes, and so the opposite point, it's extremely valid. Chris makes an excellent point. If science-based lifting makes the gym more fun for you, and it allows you to go to the gym longer.
Get a load of this twink. Probably a Svaria or Paul Saladino fan.
Oh my god.
Burning in the sun, it is not the UV, it's your lifestyle.
It's the UV.
Seed oils, fluorescent lights.
Ironically, seed oils actually seem to protect against UV radiation.
Not seeing the
It's literally the opposite of what they claim.
sun for 9 months until the summer, and you still think it's the sun's fault? You don't need sunscreen, you just need to reconnect.
Why do you think black people exist, you fucking retard? So if UV radiation didn't cause sun damage, why do black people exist? Why is there an entire race of human beings with darker fucking skin that produce way more fucking melanin if the sun doesn't burn your skin, if you're eating a natural diet? Yeah. That's what I fucking thought, stupid. You're fucking dumb. Just outrageously retarded.
I stopped drinking water after I learned this. So what's actually wrong with chugging plain water? First off, your tap water and your refrigerator water does not have any minerals in it, and it is not structured anymore like natural spring water would be. Your body isn't able to absorb that. It's not able to rehydrate on the cellular level. Also,
water has a neutral charge, and you need to give it a positive charge with electrolytes like sodium and potassium to actually have it absorb into your body and get uptaken by your cells. Spring water does not have an abundance of electrolytes, so you need to add sodium and potassium to your water to be properly hydrated.
from my experience, it does leave you bloated, you have to pee a lot, and you're also still thirsty. So as I mentioned, it not being structured, liquids that would be structured would be raw milk, freshly squeezed juices, unpasteurized, and you do get structured liquids.
You realize you sound like a gay retard, right? Superhuman breakfast.
This is
like, dude, I know that he's 16. I'm not gonna expect to, like, I don't have expectations of him like I would, you know, a 25 or 30-year-old. But I mean, what in the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I did not look this weak and pathetic when I was 16.
This is what I'm having for breakfast to optimize my health. Right here, we have 5.
How about you fucking lift weights, dude? Like, holy shit. You have no muscle mass. Buddy, like, at least start doing some fucking push-ups. Holy fuck, at 16.
Pasture-raised eggs.
Like you have the body I had when I was, like, 10.
This is super
Not even. I think I was more muscular than this when I was 10.
nutritious, choline, B vitamins, selenium, lots of protein.
Where's the protein going? Nowhere. You have no muscle. Oh my god. Well, yeah, that's... Thanks for the donation, faggot.
This guy is a Xtane nut job. What do you expect, Fiji?
Well, yeah. That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2.
Joe Biden said, come.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
We must come together.
Oh.
Trump apparently tried to send a DM to Pam Bondi, essentially telling her that his enemies need to be prosecuted. Study posted on Truth Social. Now it's now being deleted. Lindsay is a really good lawyer and likes you a lot. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. Oh my god. Whoa. Bro. That is so fucked. He literally publicly admitted that he's trying to violate the Constitution because people are questioning his credibility. The president. Like, oh my god, dude, this is insane. Huh.
If you have a one message to Israel, what would it be?
Keep going.
What? Keep going on the genocide or free? Oh, really?
Oh, no. Get the job done.
Or finish the babies?
Yeah, no. Just get rid of Hamas. Make it go.
No, but right now they honor life in babies. They're not even...
No, they're hiding behind babies.
Oh, really?
Of course they are.
Oh, wow. I didn't know.
No, everything is... All the tunnels, everything, they're always hiding behind civilians.
But does that give them right to honor life the babies?
When you attack a country and you abduct people, you don't give them back, and you say you're going to do it again, and then you hide underneath your population.
You know, I bet nobody would have figured this guy would be the bigger faggot. Like, hilarious.
You can't...
This dude is fucking based.
Not stop till they're gone.
I know, but does that still not give you the right to attack babies?
Stop with the babies.
If they can find Hamas, I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
But it's not Hamas.
If you say, oh, we stopped because of the babies, 10, 20 years, they do it again.
So that's why you see they should wipe up the babies. So they should not.
They kill the babies.
No, because
they are killing their own babies by hiding behind them. Thank you, sir.
But not Hamas. Not Hamas attacking the babies. Israel is the one that attacking
behind. They are hiding behind.
Gay. This guy's base. This guy's just fucking gay. Jeez, what a loser. That guy did not expect it to go that way, clearly.
Go around the bus, you cocksucker! Fucking Borough Park! Look at these! Fucking school bus on the wrong side of them! You're a fucking jerk off! You're a jerk off! You're on the wrong side! Yeah, go fuck your mother!
That was very New York.
Now I run your show. Don't run shit, bro. You can't even run your diet. Get the fuck out of here.
Present that vision.
No one cares what you say! You're one over here. Come on, dude. Grab a mic. Yeah, why are you talking to the audience? I'm right here, bro.
No, words aren't weapons. That's not how that works. See how I called you a and that's not actually violent? Touch me again.
People are dying left and right just to prove a point. I think that in the United States, even where we're at right now, I don't think anybody was dying because of political disagreement. One party right now is very invested in pushing us like further down that road.
Quit sucking dick and get a
Good job! I was able to go up there and have a productive conversation, and you're yelling he sucks dick. The left, all you care about is I'm not left, bro. I lean right, and you're just an idiot. If people aren't willing to engage respectfully with ideas, it's important to challenge that. Granted, I don't agree with everything the speakers say, but I still respect their right to express those ideas.
Yeah, Destiny's based. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Watch the first 15 seconds.
No, Woody, okay? Don't touch my pee-pee. No, Woody, please, I'll give a hoot, okay? Woody, out. No, I'll never litter again. I'll keep all my trash. No, please, Woody, no.
What's happening?
Yeah, I remember that. That was a good episode. Thanks for the donation, faggot.
And train harder and wake up.
Oh yeah, Destiny is debating Myron right now, isn't he?
You could come inspect.
Emma donated $2. The IDF are so brave when it comes to fighting children. Then file or flee like fucking cowards they are when they are facing real military from Iran, cried the US, blah, blah, blah. What is this stupid clip? This guy's a dumb fuck. He's a scammer. What does this have to do with anything? Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Prime Minister for years after he resigned, he would choose a successor, which Eshkol after, whatever. The idea, like, why wouldn't they just do the inspection right after? This doesn't make any sense. They
Dodo donated $2. Assad agents carried out one of the most daring missions, infiltrating, entering Israel's underground bunker, planting devices. Equipment they installed became the key that allowed Israel to eliminate Hassan. Huh, damn. Finally found Adonis. Oh yeah, I've seen that guy. Yeah, I've seen him.
Two, one.
So, who's ready for the dad reveal?
The dad reveal.
The dad reveal.
Well, it's you.
It's not me. It's not me.
It's not you. Who else
It's
is it?
this person. You're cheating. I don't know what you're doing because it's not me. It's
What's
not
it
me.
for? I'm not cheating on you.
This is bullshit. I
How's
can't
it-
believe you.
How's it? Not cheating.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, I don't.
You do.
Obviously, you're the dad. We've been together for 3
I
years.
am not the dad. I know 100% certainty. So
How?
you're lying to me.
How? How? I'm not
It's not
lying to
me.
you. What do you mean it's not you? Who else is it going to be? I'm not
I've
gonna
had
be
tests
anyone.
done, right? Guys, I've had tests.
Tests for what? Tests for
I've had
what?
tests. I was just curious. It's recently I found out and I'm infertile. I can't get anyone pregnant. So then what's this all about? How are you pregnant? Who's the baby daddy, guys? Because it's not me.
Whoa, don't get aggressive.
It's not me.
I think you got something to explain to Kira.
Yeah, I do as well.
No, obviously.
So what's this about? You can take this off. Yeah?
Well,
Because it's someone else, it's not me.
I mean,
She kept this secret for 6 months.
well, obviously it's you. Like, who
It's
else?
not.
Well, it is you.
It's not. I've done the test. Did you not hear what I just said?
Well, it's you. I've not been
Guys,
with
she's
anyone
a
else.
cheat.
I'm
She's
not
a cheat, guys. We've been together for 4 years. She's a cheater.
I'm not a cheat.
I'm not making this up. I went for the tests.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, but it could be wrong.
It's
Obviously-
not wrong.
Obviously,
Are
you're
you
the dad.
denying a scientist? What's wrong is your head sleeping with another guy. Or guys.
I haven't slept with
That
anyone else.
baby in there is not mine. End of.
Maybe he should ask for a DNA test?
Well, it is. I've not
It's
been
not.
with anyone else.
It's not. Don't make this a Jeremy.
You can't get DNA tests done in the UK. Whoever the person who added that commentary in is a fucking idiot. It's illegal to do paternity tests in the UK. It's bizarre. It has something to do with medical privacy or something. But they do not allow for paternity tests in the UK.
Freaking Kyle
You're
saying that.
embarrassing me, right?
Embarrassing.
It's
I'm
your
embarrassing
dad.
you. You've embarrassed me. That is not my child.
It's-
We're done.
I'm 70% sure it's yours.
Oh, 70%.
You're embarrassing me, right?
Embarrassing.
It's
I'm
your
embarrassing
dad.
you. You've embarrassed me. That is not my child.
It's,
We're done.
I'm 70% sure it's yours.
Well, I'm
70%.
100%.
Yeah,
I'm 100%.
Well, I've
It's
been with
not
him
mine.
more than that one time. Like,
She isn't even sure who the real
Yeah, there you go.
baby daddy is.
it is your
You
child.
know what you've done?
It
You
is.
literally just admitted it then.
Yeah, it was one
We're
time.
done.
It's not going to happen off one time, is it? You know I love you, and obviously I want to
You
be
don't
with you.
love
Yeah,
me.
I do love you, though.
How can you say you
I
love
do
me when
love
you're
you.
pregnant
No, it
with
was
someone
one time.
else?
No, I'm not pregnant
Who
with
even
someone else.
worried?
You don't know
Who
that, do
worried?
you?
My advice, if you ever want to have kids with a woman, always get a paternity test. There's no reason to not get a paternity test. Women do this shit all the fucking time. I can guarantee you there's a lot of dudes getting cucked and they don't even fucking realize it. Always get a paternity test.
Well, we do know that. I've
It was
just-
one time. I do love you, though.
No,
You
you
know,
don't.
yeah, I
Okay,
do.
okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't
Stop
be with
fucking
you.
saying them words, because you don't.
She refuses to accept responsibility for her mistake.
But like, you didn't tell me you were infertile, and like, obviously you knew I
I
wanted
found
children.
out by chance
Are
the
you
other
sure?
week. I
Are
didn't
you
even.
even sure?
Yes, I went for the test. It was just on my mind.
Yeah, but you didn't tell me that.
Well, I
But I
didn't need
think
to
that's a
tell
bit
you
wrong
it.
with you to not tell me
I
that.
only
Oh, so he's the bad guy now.
found out recently.
Recently, so why didn't you tell me straight away?
Well, because should have discussed.
Yeah, I don't know if that's real. Could just be fake, but... yeah, always get a paternity test. Stupid not to. Wait. Did I look at the wrong link? Biden stage 4 cancer. Okay, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kenny Donate Tillers, the goat, listen to the sound
A
of that
friend of mine of FB posted this. How would you respond?
What is this dumb fuck shit?
Gaza is destroyed. 1.9.
Don't know where he's getting that figure from. Last I checked, about 50% of Gaza's destroyed. I'm sure a little bit more is being destroyed, but last figures I saw, it's about 50%.
9 million Palestinians have
50% of structures
been displaced. Officially, 50,000 are dead, but it's far larger than that because anybody buried under the rubble is not counted as dead.
That's not true. They're using estimates of people that have been missing and shit. Totally not true.
And I have Palestinian friends. They have families that were killed. They're not even counted on the list of the dead. I mean, the numbers are probably, I would guess, a couple 100,000 at least.
No evidence of that.
Dead. Just on
that's cool. I'm gonna guess. Right.
On March 21st, they blew up the Turkish-donated cancer hospital in a controlled demolition. They blew up Isra University in a controlled.
Yeah. So, one, there's literally like 4 times as many hospitals in Gaza that would be needed to serve the population. So they deliberately set up these hospitals as military. They're placed there strategically military to either be used as military bases or to use as human shields for like some of the underground tunnel networks and shit. So when they say, oh, Israel blew up this hospital and that hospital, it's bullshit. They're not hospitals.
Demolition. There are no universities in Gaza. Every single one has been destroyed.
Who cares?
There's nothing left in Gaza. I don't even
Who cares? Maybe if they gave back the hostages, there'd be more.
know how one could even argue this. I don't. That's incontrovertible. I mean, it's not. I'm not making it up. And for 3 weeks, there's no food.
That's not true. So this is a lie. There was a delay in aid shipments for about 3 weeks when they were negotiating with the U.S. for the new aid deal. There were stores of food in Gaza, so there wasn't no food in Gaza for 3 weeks.
Nothing. It's getting in. We're beginning to see mass starvation.
Oh yes, mass starvation, where everybody looks normal weight.
Genocide. A genocide is about.
Yeah, this guy's just an anti-Semitic faggot. Fucking cares. Don't, like, just stop sending me this horse shit. It's just stupid. Kenny Donate Tillers, the goat, listen to the sound of the shit. Do you think he's a lifetime natty or not?
2 iron.
Good shot, mate. That's a great shot there.
And was it ever great?
I would imagine I don't know if there's any drug testing in golf. I would imagine pros at a high level, they probably do leverage androgens to help with nervous system efficiency and coordination. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Kenny. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. What do you think about the White House having a UFC fight card on the lawn? To me, peak idiocracy. How is it even legal to have a sporting event? I don't know. Who cares? It's the least of anybody's problems. Dodo donated $2.
Ever since I was...
Okay. That looks kind of cool. World map. States that have recognized state of Palestine. Fucking stupid. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Yay, no, it's a shame that Drag Queen has more brains than anyone in the Queers for Palestine movement. BTW, why is everything illegal in the UK?
Because it's a gay retard country. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Standing Wolf 7, don't make me pet you again, cause I will.
All right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Are you against using any sort of oral steroid? You strike me as injectables only. Why would I use oral steroids now when they'd have no benefit to me? So...
Also, who cares if Gaza is completely destroyed anyway? Good, it should be wiped off the map to begin with.
Yeah. Yep. Kind of getting sick of the topic. Like, everyone just lies and bullshits, and it's just all anti-Semitic propaganda. We all know the fucking game. They're just full of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Quick, while he is gone, can someone give me the answer to number 4?
Alright, thanks for the donation, Silly Billy. 21st Century Tillers, goddamn bro, why the fuck do you look old as shit and disgusting in your thumbnail? Your face literally looks like a 48, 55-year-old man like Paul Saladino with folds and shit on your face. Your face looks like shit on steroids. Pretty sure it has something to do with the lighting. It's kind of what happens when you have harsh downlighting. You kind of just look normal when you just have lighting. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
I am selling all my furniture because I am moving, but I need it all gone by Tuesday. Anyone here live in Austin, Texas? Practically giving my shit away for free. Everything must go. I am a desperate man.
Alright, well, good luck with that. Thanks for the donation, Elmo.
Sir, there is children in that school, Israeli soldier. Fuck the children, Netanyahu. Sir, it's a child's hospital. Israeli soldier. Fuck em. We don't need any future rebels, Netanyahu. Who are you in more favor of here in this dialogue?
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You ever considered you might have to amend your die-hard Jewish cocksuckery? What makes you so sure the IDF isn't now just obliterating things? Shouldn't Hamas be fucking dust by now? Not a pallycuck, just wondering. Is there a way to give myself downs?
I don't care. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Atimdamon Wolf responded to your appeal to authority. It is a paragraph. You will have to hit read more.
They literally just freed me, and then now we all got captured.
Come out.
Binoculars.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Kenny Co being a pause to stay relevant, I guess.
Israel declared war on Germany.
I don't care. Yeah, I don't care either. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Yeah. The Oslo Accords are still in effect, but the Oslo Accords were just temporary. They were never supposed to be a final arrangement. We have nothing.
But that's my point. So it was a framework towards something better to eventually get to a two-state solution.
Yes, but the problem is, no.
They sabotage. That is the definition
of being
an
It doesn't matter.
obstacle.
Arafat never agreed to any final deal anyways. Arafat could have agreed with Netanyahu to something. Arafat could have agreed with Barak for something, but they didn't. They never did. Arafat never made any final agreement ever because he always wanted to see the fighting continue, because he always thought the Arabs could get more.
That's not true, because he wanted, again, all they wanted, self-determination, two-state solution, East Jerusalem as the capital. That's what the Palestinians have always wanted, pretty much, okay?
An infinite right of return of 5 million refugees back to Israel proper?
I didn't even say right of return.
But that's what they want. That's the problem. It's never been put on paper.
No. Even the right of return, bro, a lot of them have given that up. It's
no, they haven't. No, none of them have given that up.
Pre-67 borders.
The borders don't matter. They don't care about the land. That's not the important thing. The important thing is what to do with the holy landmarks, especially in East.
Yeah, okay. There's no point ever engaging with any pro-Palestine fucktards on this topic. Winners win. Israel's got a military. They've got the bigger guns, so they can whine and complain all they fucking want. Who gives a shit?
Excited to go because you can't wait to try that new science-based exercise, then do it. This is amazing. And so you see the thing, it's not science-based versus non-science-based. Either or works as long as it makes you enjoy going to the gym. That's
What do you think of the ontological argument for God's existence? It's getting
Anyone
retarded.
here interested in fucking my wife? I would pay you handsomely. She is beautiful, with an amazing ass and decent-sized tits. I'll make you both breakfast in the morning. If interested, please reach out to me.
Alright, sure, I'll do that. Thanks for the donation, Cuck Loser McGee.
That's what it's all about. Enjoyment, having fun, staying fit.
You don't get nervous about going into a freaking Starbucks, but the gym is a little different because it has that physicality.
Speak for yourself. I get nervous going into Starbucks. I'm like, what the heck is the name of that?
Kid Boo, donate $2, W or L reply.
God bless America.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Oh, so now you don't care, bitch-ass nigger? You spent about the better part of a year enraged and busting nuts foaming at the mouth to own the terrorist lovers. Now you want to cuck like a bitch? Nah, nigger, you can't just say you don't care, faggot. Inject more?
Yeah, you kind of have made it boring and pointless to argue because you're all fucking retards. Thanks for the donation, Comatose. W92, holy shit, Pierre Polyev is a bigoted asshole. Liberals said that they would not recognize Hamas as a legitimate governing body in Palestine, but here's Pierre licking all Palestinian Hamas terrorists. This has to have something to do with him wanting votes.
Intend to recognize Palestine as a state in this fall session, or what's your take on it? Are you in favor or do you oppose this?
Mark Carney doesn't know where he stands. He first said he was going to recognize the Hamas state, and then the other day he said that he wasn't recognizing the Hamas state. So he seems very confused on the world stage. He has been so far at best irrelevant and at worst a failure. Our priority here in Canada is standing up for this country and our jobs here at home. That is our focus. We are obviously not going to recognize Hamas as a state. That would be rewarding terrorism. But the focus of our foreign policy is to stand up for Canada and put our country and its interests first on the world stage.
What does this have? Did you even watch this? Emma, Johnny Tellers, I'm Demon Wolf wants to debate you on Israel genocide and occupied Palestine. Are you gonna man up and debate him, or are you gonna pretend like nobody will debate you and talk about that? I don't care anymore. Thanks for the donation.
Sing this as Svaria. Make it a call out to the demon Luna.
Okay, I'll do that for you. Thanks for the donation, faggot.
Agreed, VG. I am sick of the pro-Palestine thing myself. Honestly, we already have enough problems in our own country. It's not our problem.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo. You said that you like girls that take steroids and find them hot. At what point would a girl be unattractive regarding steroid use? How big would their arms have to be a turnoff? Big enough for it to not be attractive.
Where the fuck is Mario Judah?
I'm a big Dog, big bear, nigga, I'm a lion. I'm the predator and the prey that is... Boing. Oh my, I have found you. Luna, don't run from me, little Luna. You are not fast enough. You're not brave enough. You are out of luck. Now it's time for you to die very rough with acid. You've been warned. There is nowhere to run. You will pay the price. I will take your life with this bucket of acid. There's no running back. Now your loved ones are so sad. You had a choice, but you failed. I'm a big dog, big bear. I'm a lion. I'm the predator of the prey that is... Oh my, I have found you, Luna. Don't run from me, little Luna. You're not fast enough. You're not brave enough. You are out of luck. Now it's time for you to die very rough with acid. How does this get 10 million views? You know, I'm convinced people who listen to rap music are like genuine, retarded, degenerate pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Or maybe you have that hard unsheathed cock so deep up your ass that your ability to form new arguments and words has just collapsed. Just let that prostate get tickled and admit that you're just a breaking news faggot that just moves on like everyone else.
Oh. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. I had a long day yesterday. Oh. Oh. Dodo donated $2. Has the world forgotten?
People are restless in Kostiantynivka. Artillery is currently hitting the city. The situation is difficult. It's one of the most complicated areas on the front line in the Donetsk region. Russian forces are trying to pressure Kostiantynivka from 3 sides.
Ну і жодної живої душі поки що ми тут не зустріли.
Опять пресса, приехала.
Is this the press coming here again? The press again, so they can strike here again.
Він десь пішов. They're nervous. It's
Several times since then.
Yeah, VG, let's watch this. Watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh, let me see.
This is definitely my new favorite product. I was thinking, how do I make cinnamon rolls less inflammatory? Because cinnamon is pretty hard on the liver, so I came up with these walnut vanilla rolls, and it's basically just fresh organic walnuts ground up with some organic honey, and then we roll it up like a cinnamon roll. Doesn't even need icing because of the amount of sugar we put in it, but these are super, super delicious. I'm here in the free.
He says he wants these to not be inflammatory, but he adds a ton of sugar to it.
We make these fresh as possible, got them nice and frozen, so all you have to do is...
Why does Plastine get all the sympathy when Ukraine is getting bombed?
Because Jews have nothing to do with it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Warm them up in the pan, and you have the most delicious breakfast that is also minimally inflammatory, free of dairy and eggs, made with the highest quality ingredients. Really, really special product, guys. No one else is making as high quality stuff while being mindful about, you know, the inflammation and putting ingredients in based.
They're cinnamon rolls, Frank. That's not a health food.
We used a whole leg of prosciutto San Daniele, had 2 huge trays stacked with prosciutto on all 80 of our pizzas. Well, I guess about 70 considering the ones we messed up. So hopefully you guys enjoy these. As you can see, there's a ton of prosciutto piled on. I hope it's not too much. We spoke about this in the other video. It's caramelized vegetables with roasted artichokes and then prosciutto on top, all the highest quality organic ingredients. Even the sourdough pizza base is made with organic flour and glass bottle mineral water. If you guys want to try this, it's going to be on frankeasterrangemeat.com. I think I'm going to have to put this at about at least $25 or $30 because just the prosciutto itself, I think that leg is like, I got to double check the price on it, but it might be over $1,000. So literally $1,000 in prosciutto, more than $10 per pizza. You guys know I like doing the highest quality stuff here at Frank Easter Range Meat. We did a special pizza for you guys this week. It's a caramelized vegetable with artichoke and prosciutto. Each of these are like 2 pounds each. It's a ton of food. I would say one of these pizzas serves at least 3 or 4 people. And because of all of the high quality...
That is not enough pizza for 3 or 4 people. Like, clearly.
Ingredients, the naturally fermented...
Like, 2 people could share this, but, like, give me a break.
Sourdough, the mineral water we're using, you know, the organic vegetable mixture has white carrots from our Amish farm. We even...
Would you say you visited more Canadian or US cities?
Yeah, I would have visited more Canadian cities. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Blended up some...
Guess who's making a fool of themselves again, VG?
Okay. I don't know what point he was trying to make, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Organic oregano and seasonal peppers, and we put that in...
Is this like just raw meat? I feel like somebody's gonna get an E. coli infection from eating this.
In the vegetable mixture, so super flavorful. And then we topped that vegetable mixture with roasted artichokes and then a ton of prosciutto on top. So, you know, even if we have to charge like $20 or $25 for this pizza, it's more than worth it. It's way higher quality than anything and definitely more food than you would get at any local place for a similar price.
That is not true. Well, Frank is still stupid, but we already knew that.
Just before he leaves the train, he throws away a piece of regular...
Not Dark Sovina, I was referring to the Westboro Baptist Church as the ones making the falls out of theme self-suck. Why can't this stupid church just leave dead people alone?
They're just some of the most mean, nasty, miserable people, and they just want to make other people as miserable as themselves. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Frank is so stupid. Why do people like this exist? He says organic so much it doesn't mean shit. He thinks he's smart using high ingredients. Frank doesn't use shit but poor quality of good. That's a fact.
He gets all of his supplements from Alibaba. Like, he's a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, though, Vanquished.
Hey VG. You look great, but I think it's better vegan propaganda if you weren't on steroids. Are you getting blood work done while using? I hope you are staying healthy with them.
Yes, I'm getting blood work. Thanks for the donation, darling.
Skeptical that a population.
Have you ever in your life wore a suit?
Yeah, I have. I wore a suit to my uncle's wedding. Thanks.
Citizens after sham trials. But
I'm impressed with your transformation, VG, but dude, seriously. Why in the fuck is it that for 5 consecutive years you were bloated? You have a strong neck to be able to support them.
Enough distance for themselves.
You working on any videos right now? Retards like Matt Walsh are rambling about veganism completely uncheck RN.
Nobody fucking cares about Matt Walsh. I'm gonna do a video on testosterone. It's gonna be a worst of the fitness industry video. And I'm just gonna upload some videos about my steroid use and just like training, day of eating vlogs. Thanks for the donation though, darling.
Impressive physique. Yes, your muscles are big, but are they powerful? Can you perform a one-hand push-up? Can you hold a 7
table?
Walter Dongrite donators, this is what CDG does in his free time. Is this cultural appropriation?
When I die, pray to God that I go up to heaven. It's game time, I'm in my prime, I keep a 9mm Beretta. I'm ready for whatever. Keep your head up, keep on pushing, don't stop now.
Yes, that's cultural appropriation. Thanks for the donation, Walter.
To help rebuild East Germany with a democratic vision. After Germany's reunification, former GDR citizens were permitted to see their Stasi files, if they could stomach what was inside. Millions requested their files by the mid-90s, and many were shocked to see the names of their trusted friends and family members who had snitched on them. East Germany became known as a nation of traitors. And for many, this sense of broken trust was the deepest trauma left from the mass surveillance. Today,
it's fucked up.
Okay, hopefully you don't hear that too much. We got ourselves a, what was that, a belt sander ASMR or ambience going on. So anyways, I want to actually go back to holding on to the bar. I thought my grip was totally ruined from the carpal tunnel, but it turns out that it was only screwed up because I was using the Elico bar that they have here at Good Life. And well, actually all of them are like this, where the knurling, even with a shitload of chalk.
Whoa, they have Elico bars at Good Life?
Is non-existent, okay, or of no use. And so I've got one of their old bars here, and it's just fine. All right, and the only issue was that my thumbnail doesn't have too much friction on it. So on the I wanted to get at least 5 reps, but I did 6, just for extra credit. If I was using straps, I could have done like for 9 or 10 reps. But I want to to not use straps anymore if I can get away with it. And so I think there's a special tape that's flexible, and so I'm going to pick some of that up, because I think that having that messed with my grip a little bit. That's also the second work set I've ever done with hook grip too, so that's not too bad. All right, and yeah, squats are feeling good. I got the bar really low. It's hard to tell. I felt like obviously I'm just doing 20 reps, but I felt like I could have done 3 or 4 more, which is a good sign. The weight's still not all that heavy. When it gets closer to 450, then I'll know whether or not this this lower bar placement has helped my my upper back stamina situation for sure. There we go. I was also kind of lightheaded on this one. It seems like if you fast, you're okay, but then once you take in some carbs, then your body changed fuel sources, and the carbs for me, which was just 2 bowls of cereal, it only lasts for like 2 or 3 hours, and so I was feeling a little lightheaded and weak when I was doing the set. Okay, this idea just popped into my head. A little known bodybuilder by the name of Big Sean Allen, and let's put our intellectual glasses on today. If nobody's heard of this guy, well, some of the RX fans know Big Sean Allen. He's a 6'4" mulatto, light-skinned brother. Okay, for those that don't know what mulatto is. And he's got some classic clips, and I just got recommended one today. That's why this.
Yeah, fat grips are good. I wouldn't say they're necessarily great for building forearms, but they're really good for biceps. Fat grips seem to increase bicep activation.
Showcasing him, the idea of it just popped into my head because of this. And so I'm going to show some of these classic clips that my friend and I saw way back in the days of wimp.com. And so let's check out this one first. And it's like 2007 or something, maybe 2006. So the quality's a little low. All right. Okay.
I ain't tired. Follow me around. I'm in shape. My body's used to this beat down that I put on it. You don't look like this because you sit around at home and play on the computer.
Hey.
I got size, quality, and looks to show.
Yeah, I remember this guy. Some old memes.
Ladies! Nice and full. I ain't got a flex. It's like concrete. A lot of meat in there. Lots of meat. You go hold on to that.
Okay, so there's that. There's actually 3 clips. Let's check out this one. Okay.
6'4", 295 pounds, with abs and thick. You name one. Email me, text me, do what you gotta do. But there's no one like Big Sean. No one. No one.
All right, I gotta find the other clip. Just a minute. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, let's watch this one next, because I bet you this one's gonna be funny too.
2, 3. Come on. Push. Come on, you got it. Push. Come on. You got it. Come on. Shut up. It's lightweight.
Yeah, that's mean.
You heard what he said. Come on, push it. I don't gotta push. This is what I do.
Yeah, I remember people would talk shit about him in the comments all the fucking time. People hated this dude.
I'm still talking to you after doing that. 405 play weight. You saw it.
That I did. Okay, and now we've got this one.
He's still around.
Make today count. Stay motivated. BSA's PSA to the world. Okay. You ever thought of doing that in the gym? You do a couple curls, do the titty dance. I don't know if Planet Fitness is. I don't think you can go there. All right, here we go. So this guy's going to teach us about the trials and tribulations, what to expect about when you're dating a bodybuilder.
Dating a bodybuilder
Oh, this
is
is quiet.
not for everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when it comes to muscles, right? First thing you think about is big men, huge alphas, right? Bodybuilders, athletes, etc. Right? Now, when you think about like a bodybuilder, right? What's the first thing you think about?
Muscle.
Training every day, 5 to 7 days a week. Meal prep. You got to cook your food each and every day. Checking your watch to see what time it is. If it's time to eat, because 2 hours is up and you know you got to feed the machine.
You got to try new batteries.
And spending 5 to 7 days in the gym weekly, sometimes twice a day.
Depends how many
Now,
days
when you
there
think
are in that
about
week.
That could be an extreme lifestyle, right, fellas? And most chicks ain't with that lifestyle. And I'm being honest. Now, I've never had no problem with the ladies, ever. But I'm just talking about men in general. Because when you talk about bodybuilders, right, you think that all bodybuilders are the man, right? You think of alpha, right? When you think of a man with muscles, first thing you think of strong, confident, alpha, huge, masculine, right? But to the general public, that absolutely means nothing. You can be the biggest man in the world. Your rent ain't gonna be no cheaper.
True.
Them goddamn eggs that you're gonna have to buy to keep that protein high each and every day ain't gonna
Eggs don't have that much protein in it, quite frankly.
cheaper. And just because you got 20-inch arms and a big ass chest and you flexing every selfie, right?
I only have 18-inch arms, so, jeez.
You got your Instagram popping with selfies, etc., etc. Most women don't want to date that type of man. Because what they look at that man as,
sense. I don't even have 20-inch arms.
Look at that man as cocky. They look at that man as arrogant. And they look at that man as he's self-centered. All he thinks about is working out. Now, when you think about that, right? It's a reality check, right? Because you would think that the women will want a man who's disciplined, who's motivated, who's inspired, right? A man that wants to wake up each and every day.
Yeah, only if it makes money.
And look and feel his best. But when you think of that, it's only a...
With that said, one thing you might want to consider, fellas, and then your girlfriends that are watching, your girlfriends don't have to pay. Unless you want to. Okay? YouTube membership, Patreon subscription. Okay, I get a better cut on Patreon. But yeah, like I said before, either way, I'll be appreciative of it, okay? You want to be, the earlier you're in, like, because the longer you're in, you get different, the badge, your YouTube membership badge changes colors. There's a couple guys that have an orange badge. That's what you need to aim to be. I don't know what comes after orange, but you keep on getting the more rare color of the YouTube membership badge. It's going to be good for you.
Certain standard of women who are going to ride with that lifestyle. And most of the times, that's going to be some chick that's already competing in fitness, bikini, or even women bodybuilding, Or you might go into the gym and you might see some chick in there bench pressing 185, squatting 4 plates. Those type of chicks are always going to admire a bigger man because they're trying to...
If a girl squats 405, she's probably like she's probably related to Mark Henry, and that's not my type.
Be men, they're training like men, right? But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the hotties, the blondes, the Spanish chick, the black chicks, all the baddies out there.
Italian
when you go out, just think about it, right? Now, I've been lifting and working out since I was a little kid, playing sports, always been athletic. But as I got older, I said, you know what, after 30, because I didn't start bodybuilding until when I was 30 years old. So I had a late start, but better late than ever. So when I talk to y'all, I talk to y'all with experience. I talk to y'all from trials and tribulations. Not reading from no fucking scripts. This ain't AI.
Ain't Obama.
This is straight, raw, authentic content. Because a lot of men out there, y'all swear because you got big ass arms, you got big old pecs, right? Your triceps, you are cut, got a nice tight waist, etc., etc. Yeah, that's good, and I applaud that. And I want you to continue working hard on being the best that you can possibly be. But don't get it fucking twisted. These chicks out.
Why did I hop on gear? To be better. Bigger, faster, stronger, smarter. Farting, better mood, more energy. To be better. I think I have achieved that. I'm fucking zonked today, though, dude. Man. I was working out for 4 hours on stream yesterday, and it took so long because the amount of donos and shit I was getting, and... Oh man, I'm tired today. Maybe I should, like, just start doing cocaine or something for more energy.
Out here, they don't want somebody that's going to be alpha. That's somebody that's going to be controlling. They don't want somebody that's going to be eating the same food each and every day.
Uh-oh. This is kind of the opposite of the... I mean, there's other things might be true, but the red pill guys will say... I mean, the modern woman's a wholly different animal. Okay? Because you got to think of the birth control pills. But I'm pretty sure the more masculine you are. I think people also... sort of, when they think of masculinity nowadays, they think of Wes Swanson. They think of these fitted suit wearing, like shaved head, beard guy with expensive glasses, a Rolex, and who's sort of like a status obsessed sociopath.
It's like adding 10% gains while potentially taking years off your life. Doesn't seem worth it. Yeah, definitely not worth listening to you. See you later, jackass. Congratulations, you're banned.
That's masculinity. Or extreme masculinity. I don't know, I suppose. It could be. If you want to have sort of like a King Solomon level of harem. But... anyways, let's continue.
They want a man that they can go spend some quality time with. They want a man that has much more to offer than just muscles and selfies. They want a man that they can have fun with. A man who has a good personality. That ain't with the bullshit that all he thinks about is selfies. When he's going to eat, when he's got to train, sleep, etc., etc. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Let me tell you something. That shit is for the birds. I lived it for 10 years, and I had a ride or die chick, right? I was even, when I first started by...
The fall-off needs to be studied.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dude.
I had a family, but you know what happens, you know, when you out there and you being a man, and more of these chicks, these groupies out there are sliding in your DMs, you seeing your Instagram pic.
Happens to me every day.
Likes going up, the comments are going up. And people are seeing something that's attractive to the eye. But it's much more to life than what you see. What about your personality? These women want to be treated fairly. Most bodybuilders are self-centered.
Yeah.
They cocky. They arrogant. And you know what? They on that shit. It's no secret. They on that shit because ain't no man out there today walking around at 300 plus pounds ripped, natural. Superhero. That's a superhero. That's like the Incredible Hulk. It ain't happening, right? I've been there. I competed at 280 pounds. I know what it's like to be the biggest and the baddest. But like I said, unless you got somebody that you can live and enjoy that life with, it's a lonely life. That bodybuilding life does more harm than good. Go out there and find you a basic chick who's going to support you, who's going to cook your meals for you, who's going to support everything that you stand for, and you find some balance in that relationship. Nothing more and nothing less. But when you think of bodybuilders, right, You think bodybuilders, they just think because they ripped and they big, they got nice skin, they look good.
I got bad skin.
But are you healthy?
I'm not ripped.
Is your relationship healthy? Do you have someone that you can tell that you love them unconditionally? Or are you just doing this for likes, for fame, insta fame, and glory? Because if that's what you're doing it for, in the long run, it's only two options. You're going to be single and lonely forever, and you're going to be unhealthy forever. Because that bodybuilding lifestyle does more harm than good. I'm not telling you men to don't train and be discouraged because you are intimidating the females out there. Nah, I'm not saying that at all. I want you to continue training hard.
And continue intimidating the
Yeah, Celine Beef Patty eats the animals on her farm. She's literally evil.
Females out there.
But get focused. Stop doing it for the wrong reason.
I'm sure he meant to say that.
Stop doing it for likes. Stop worrying about who appreciates your hard work and dedication. And focus on your goals. Because the only thing that matters is that reflection that you see in the mirror.
Sorry, I forgot the link. Are you fucking anyone new on your OnlyFans or in your personal life? Are you coming out as gay or bisexual soon? Can you please apply to be a male talent on black.com? Thanks. You are.
It's tough, man. The last couple of years have been rough. I think I am the only streamer on the planet who is pulling 100,000 viewers consistently, and then is now pulling I think I get 7,000 or 8,000 combined from my YouTube and Twitch if there isn't a big update or anything like that on Fortnite or Marvel. So the internet and trolls remind me every day that and it's something that we the moderators are just constantly banning and blocking. I mean, it's literally every day as well. I'm just getting berated. There is a moment to retire, right? There is a right moment. A lot of people say there isn't. I definitely think there is for all people, for sports players and things like that. You don't want to be remembered as a joke.
Getting 7,000 to 8,000 views a stream is exceptionally good. It's fucking retarded how there's just these dumbass losers who suck at their own life, and then when you're doing well, even though it's not necessarily the peak of your career, you're still doing extremely well. They're like, you fell off. You're only making fucking $3 million a year, when before you were making $20 million a year. What a loser, pathetic. How does it feel to be fucking irrelevant now? It's I don't even get upset over people talking shit anymore because I know exactly why they're doing it and where their mindset's at. They're just fucking losers who can't do shit in their own life, and if they had anything good going on, if they had an opportunity to make money, if they had a hot-ass girlfriend that they could bang, if they had something fun to do, like drive a fast car or something, they'd be doing that, but they're not. They're in your comment section talking shit because that's the best they can do. So, haters gonna hate. When you see it, you should feel good about yourself because it means you're doing better than them. Dodo donate $2. Do you get it, VG? Let me see. Yeah, Indians. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Because a lot of people
Yeah, and what if it's freaking small? He's canceling himself out here.
today, they don't need no relationship to be happy. And most relationships don't want somebody that's a bodybuilder that all he thinks about is working out, cardio, my next meal, going to the gym, go to the gym again, eat.
Cardio is gay.
Sleep, repeat, repeat, repeat. Females are gonna run. They're gonna find a regular dude who has a personality, who wants to do much more with his life than just eat chicken breasts and eat salmon and fish and fish and fish and fish. And like I said, you know what comes with it. You know, if you're in the gym 5 to 7 days, it's called hygiene. Most women don't want to be with a man that's sweaty all the time.
mean, what about back in the peasant days? All right, you're working the fields. You're working the fields for your 2 shillings that you get a month.
Maui takes a nap.
Oh my god. Looks like a little orange shrimp. Oh, that's a nice cuddly kitty. Very comfy. Oh my goodness. Oh, I think he's going to sleep. Oh my god, so orange. Thanks for the donation, the now. Appreciate it.
That your Lord gives you. This is good advice, actually, and the sort of OCD bodybuilding lifestyle. I didn't do the bodybuilding thing's a little more OCD than what I had to do. But if you're doing a serious bulk, it's just like I need to be eating right now. I got to do a shot tonight. It's got to be this much, and I have to have this supplies, and I have to do this at this time, and I have to this weight. Then it's my training's still structured the same, but I've deloaded, and now I'm just sort of eating to like a comfortable level, and that's my cut style. I just eat a comfortable amount of food, and the body weight goes down, and I'm feeling pretty good, and I'm sleeping pretty good. The thing is, I think the point of his video is that I think that the real bodybuilders, this isn't going to appeal to them. That I mean, they wouldn't even have clicked the videos, but because most people, especially nowadays, most people are sort of in it. They're in it because they've taken steroids, but they're not in it. They're not all in. They're not single-mindedly obsessed. Like they should be if they're using anabolic steroids. To some degree, if you're using TRT or whatever, then that's different. But if you're
CDG, don't I tell you look like you're in a bad mood today? What's wrong? I'm just fucking tired. That's great. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
if you're doing a blast, okay, a steroid cycle, then you need to be mentally all in. And everything he's saying, where you're going to probably be lonely. I mean, if you're not lonely, I mean, what are you doing? I suppose you could already have a family, but I mean, if you're taking like a risky amount.
I'm broke, don't have a hot GF to bang, and don't have any fast cars. But who needs that when there is a new season of Dexter, Resurrection coming out next year?
I heard the new Dexter wasn't that great. That's what I've heard. I never watched Dexter. The idea sounds kind of cool, but I never actually watched it. You know what? My fucking grocery store keeps running out of broccoli.
If I were those cats, I would do everything I could to give myself feline AIDS or 5 to get away from her. She is obviously lonely and insufferable. Why are you enabling some geriatric, autismic cat women? The money can't be that worth it.
I like her and her cats. So shut up. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, my grocery store keeps running out of frozen broccoli. It's really annoying. I think I'm gonna have to go to the other grocery store tomorrow to get broccoli. It's fucking retarded.
How are you tired even with testosterone? Man up, pussy boy.
I had a fucking long-ass day yesterday. Shut up. Thanks for the donation, CDG. I really want to inject my growth hormone right now. Now would be a perfect time. I'm so fucking tired. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
of drugs, then that's probably a bad idea, especially if you have kids. And I remember Dave Crossland, the Englishman. He's in the two documentaries, Under Construction and Under Construction 2. And he talked about how his family would be kind of embarrassed because every time they went out, they'd be eating normal food, and he would pack like rice and his chicken. All right, and he was doing like 10,000 calories a day because he got up to 400 pounds. And
dude, you can't make this shit up. Some dumb fuck messaged me on Instagram asking me if I'm on gear. You have my fucking Instagram account that you're following. Like, are you fucking retarded? Like, the last fucking post I made, like, what the fuck? I'm never messaging that guy back.
He was, like, absurdly huge.
Oh Gigglyardo, bringer of laughter and light, we lift our voices in chuckles and snorts, that your holy giggles may echo through our days. Deliver us from gloom with your divine silliness, and guide our steps upon the wobbly path of joy.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Appreciate it.
In the dog, like it's a normal thing. I have this thing up so loud that I can hear my lips. I can hear that. That sounds disgusting. They do the normal thing where he went to the mall. They scheduled this just for the documentary because he wasn't going to normally go to the mall as part of his routine. They took him to the mall because the guy wanted to compare and contrast him with the normies and also get the normies' reaction of how big he is. Yeah. And it's like, this is pretty good advice. I mean, I did the steroid blast. Obviously, I used more steroids than probably anyone you've ever known. The good feeling you get from a PR, some of it depends on the better you feel, the faster the feeling goes away. So like 800 for 2, that's like 2 days. Feel good for 2 days. I did my 315 for 5 overhead press. Oh, that feels good. Actually, for that one and for my 800-pound deadlift, those are sort of check marks, okay? And for when I did 495 for 20 squats, that's another check mark. And so that one gives me like a sustained level of happiness through achievement. But it's not gonna bump me up very much, okay? It adds like 0.2%, or it adds like 2%. Yeah, it adds like 2% to my daily conscious level of well-being, or unconscious level of well-being, I suppose. Although I suppose I can measure that. But anyways,
Sneed donated $2, but fucking hate TikTok. Fucking hate kids. Like these stupid fucking teenagers who had the stupid fucking dumb shit fucking rap music and shit to every fucking video. Fuck you. Wish I could just fucking fight these stupid teenage kid TikTok fucks. She does have a nice ass, though. Yeah, she's pretty hot. Who is that chick? Yeah, fuck you, TikTok.
I recently broke up with my wife and I'm in the process of divorcing her. But I'm completely...
Yeah. You're like, oh, I just did my 405 deadlift for the first time, and I felt good. And you're telling me when I get 800, it's gonna feel good for 2 days, and that's like my lifetime goal is like 500 or 600, and you only felt good for 2 days after 800. Yep. But if you do have that drive, that like demon that's sort of holding the carrot out in front of you, where it's like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to be happy. I need to do this before I can be happy. Well, some of that.
Last night I legitimately had a nightmare where I pissed off a gang. The main guy was black and kept chasing me with a hook, and he was saying the N-word over and over. I had skates on and I kept trying to get away, but I'd hear the N-word getting louder.
That's a funny dream. That's pretty hilarious. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
That is really bad in a way where it's sort of setting yourself up to fail, or at least you tell yourself that you're going to be happy when you accomplish something, or when you do something, but when you actually get there, then you want to go further. Okay, you want to keep on going further, but you in your head you've promised yourself satisfaction, but with that, but it doesn't really give you the baseline increase of happiness that you're looking for. Yeah. All right. Although I think once I get my hair transplant surgery, I'm going to be happy. I'm just kidding. I'm not unhappy. I'm like at a 5. That, to me though, that's good. That's good. You want to. It's like Sam Hyde says. You kind of want to be at this level. Well, if you could have like a higher baseline without using drugs, that would be good. That would be ideal. But yeah, 5's not bad. 2's bad. 2's bad. And yeah, Stefan Molyneux he was talking about that kid. And speaking of like people getting a heightened sense of well-being through drugs.
Richard goes outside. Wow, the sky is blue today and the birds are chirping. What the fuck, dude? I hate this fucking life. Kill them all, bitches. Burn everyone in hell. AGH. Anyways, dude, are there any music genres you're into besides metal/jazz? Thanks, man.
Jazz music is terrible. Jazz music is just horrendous. It's just fucking noise. I mostly like metal and synthwave. I can like any genre of music as long as it's good, but I guess even some jazz music, but like that's pretty rare. But yeah, it's mostly metal and synthwave. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Ugh.
It could just be like a deadened sense of dread instead of a heightened sense of well-being that these drugs cause, like SSRIs. He said, even though he gave the caveat where he's not a psychologist or a doctor, but the supposed Charlie Kirk shooter, he says that when he looks at the kid, he sees like a SSRI deadened brain, or a brain that's dead because of SSRIs. Okay, one that's just because the way that I think it works with serotonin is that it gives you that feeling of ease, where you don't seem to care as much. So I don't think you're actually actually getting happier. You're just not noticing. You're just not you're not sensing the dread like you used to. And I don't really think that's a sustainable way to live your life. But what the hell do I know? Leo and Longevity.
Dodo donated $2. Was this ODL or did this just happen? If it was new, why the hell didn't stream it? Yeah, no, it's up now. The stream was taken down due to copyright, but I fixed it in the YouTube editor thing. So it's back up now. This was from yesterday. Dude, this workout took so fucking long. Yeah, I didn't finish until literally 4 hours, pretty much on the dot. That is fucking crazy. I was fucking lifting for 4 hours. Son of a motherfuck. I'm starting to get more of that wide thing here. Like the lats are growing, which I'm happy with. Yeah, and the width and thickness is getting a lot better. Like, my traps and shit are just getting fucking dope. I love the thickness in my mid-back. Yeah, like you can see it, like it just looks so thick. Hell yeah.
Vegan Gains claims he's going to be competing for IFBB Pro Card again.
Thor, are you competing again?
The plan is to eventually do bodybuilding again and try to get an IFBB Pro card. Just basic foods like tofu, sweet potatoes, broccoli. You can add like rice, seitan. What is the second link? That Muslims
Alright, have a good one,
shouldn't
Jail.
abuse children?
So, Vegan, are you trying to make like?
Well, we did stream this. I was debating this on stream. I think he only just uploaded this. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Patak budu w kazaka klub nadsavax grabn, while zone blotom niada w kstalsi filizanki. Sklada w nimcheri lub piench chemnona krapianichni by eskich jodge. Jest gatunki imsist kozanim. Marzois arjuzi weni olu by anigo kamianaya jako cow adler.
Well, I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, non-wib. How can I apply to be a mod? Been a loyal member for 3 years, been watching the stream for about 6 years. You have to ascend to the level of gig. That's how you do that. Tan, chickpeas, black beans, some fruits, blueberries.
None of those things build muscles. Fruit.
Yes, the foods that I'm eating clearly don't build muscle.
Seitans, chickpeas, beans, whatever the hell he's talking about, berries. They don't build muscles, man. Protein builds muscles. Animal protein builds muscles.
That's why I'm bigger and stronger than you.
Berries, raspberries, oranges.
Berries, raspberry, and oranges, they don't build muscles either. Protein, animal protein builds muscles.
But those are all...
Never said oranges build muscle, dipshit. It's not like... Oh my god. I just can't.
Good vegan bodybuilding foods, and you can add...
They're all good vegan bodybuilding foods, so they're all good fake vegan bodybuilding foods on steroids. Because that's what vegans do. They take steroids to build their muscle because they're eating food that doesn't build muscles. My
If you're not eating food that builds muscle, then steroids aren't going to do anything.
God, this is just insane, bro. Yeah, it is cosmetic. It's a nice cosmetic look because it's artificial. It's fake. The only thing that those foods that he rambled off will build is sarcoplasmic hypertrophy, non-contractile proteins. It will not build
Okay, well, please explain to me how I've gotten stronger.
Contractile proteins. So he can do whatever he wants there in the bar, lifting himself, whatever. Hell, he could just move a bunch of little light weights around and he'd still get that look anyways. So it doesn't really matter what he does here. It's all bullshit.
What was that?
Weights around and he'd still get that look anyways. He could just move a bunch of little light weights around and he'd still get that look anyways. So
What was he buying off of Temu? Is it another 24-inch dildo?
So it doesn't really matter what he does here. It's all bullshit. These people, they try to make like a show, like, I gotta lift a heavy weight, it's gonna build a muscle. Heavyweights don't build muscles. They don't do anything. Weights can break down muscles, or they can cause micro tears, break down proteins. They don't do anything. They can age you. That's what they do. They could age you. If you keep lifting them, they'll age you. That's all they really fucking do, man. It's bullshit.
Protein.
Okay, I guess I've been doing it wrong this whole time. I guess I should just be unemployed and I don't know, get fat to build muscle like him. This guy is fucking deranged.
Protein powder.
That's protein powder made out of plants. Okay, yeah, whatever. Fake. You could call it protein powder. That's not powder. That's fiber. It's ground up fiber. Shut the fuck up.
Basically all I eat.
That's basically all he eats. You know what he eats? Steroids. That's what. That's what.
No, I inject steroids. I'm not eating any steroids. Don't take any orals.
Vegan slave eats. He's a slave to the vegan diet, bro. He eats fucking slave food. And guess what? Now he's a slave to what? Steroids, bro. Get it? And lifting in the garage, in the basement.
I also eat a lot of broccoli and Brussels sprouts.
So broccoli and Brussels sprouts build muscles? Well, as far as science says, it says protein synthesis needs to outpace protein breakdown to see that mass on that myofibrillar, providing there was a level of micro tears down there. And you can't get them every single day. You don't micro tear muscles. They don't remodel every day. They take a week, duh.
Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
You know, does anybody out there really understand bodybuilding? Muscles are post-mitotic. They do not split and divide just because you're pulling your body up and down. Adapted, Richard. Yeah, man. Get it, dude? Yeah. You want to know what splits and divides and increases in number and donates its nuclei? The satellite cell. But it can only come out here's the formula. Unaccustomed, untrained, unfamiliar forms, and eccentric exercise.
So that's not true. Muscles do undergo hyperplasia.
It's this
especially when you're on steroids and growth hormone.
Damage. Get it, dude? Yeah, man. Anyways, whatever. Yeah, and it can't happen. It can't happen with a repeated bout because there's something called the repeated bout effect phenomenon. It protects muscles from any more damage with a repeated bout until it's repaired and remodeled. But hey, I know you're on steroids and you're building muscles every day in the gym. The weights, the pull-ups are building the muscles. Yeah, out of a breatharian
don't know how else I'm growing.
Diet. I know. On vegetables. Yeah, not protein. On vegetables, not protein. On lectins and tannins and oxalates and sugar and stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, man. See, how is he building muscle? In science, it will tell you protein synthesis needs to outpace protein breakdown to see that mass on that myofibrillar. So there you go. That's how you know this is fake training. This is fake muscles. This is fake, bro. But here's another thing. There's side effects, right? Steroids, like shrunken balls, maybe a small dick. Man, when he comes off the steroids.
Androgens increase the size of your penis. What do you think happens during puberty?
That's going to even be worse on the endocrine system. My God.
Why would I come off?
Probably TRT the rest of your life, dude.
TRT is not coming off steroids.
Eventually those balls are going to shrink, dude.
I don't care. I don't know why anybody mentions that. It's not like my balls are doing anything. Do you stick your balls in a girl's pussy?
Are those like half? He could barely pull himself up past the bar. He's just the top of his head. Okay.
Yeah, because the ceiling's in the way, stupid.
Yeah.
CDG donate $2. I'm not watching any more of those. Thanks for the donation. Is his name Genetic Beast because he has a genetic disorder? Man is missing a chromosome. That might have been the idea.
You should fake beat his ass with your fake muscles.
I don't know if there's any, like, special laws that would give me, like, issues with beating up a retard or something. Like, I'm sure if I was in court, I'd have a hard time explaining why I beat up somebody who was mentally disabled. Thanks for the donation, though, Non-Wib. This is the stupidest... Oh my god. Why do they make the fucking boxes like this? They're so dumb. Fuck. Fuck. God damn it. There we go.
Oh.
Is it gonna say anything else here or what?
Damn, when you turn your head to the side your hairs look really grey, dude. Holy shit. Did that happen since you started taking steroids?
Thanks for the donation, dude.
Let's see.
VG reminding me of Big Lenny calling his haters pencil neck weaklings, lol. Now you have to take a taser on stream without falling.
Okay.
But I don't really have enough knowledge. I'd have to do it for a much longer time and learn more to like actually coach people. And there's no...
I would say that for sure, yeah. You're gonna coach them on steroids? Is that coach them how to take steroids? And build artificial muscles, sure, okay.
such thing as a soul. Thanks for that donation.
Yeah.
I don't have nicotine gum, you dumb fuck. Nicotine gum has gelatin in it. What's my fucking channel name called? I have fucking nicotine lozenges, you fucking cocksucker.
I can see you're being a rock in the water, not letting people or anything annoy you. Because emotions come from within you. Nobody can make you angry, sad, annoyed. Only you can.
Yes, that's true. I believe that. That's true. Just gonna do more of these push-ups. All right, or pull-ups. I guess that was it, eh? I don't know what else is going on there.
I have a huge propensity to go hypoglycemic.
Hypoglycemic. Well, if you ate meat, you wouldn't go hypoglycemic.
Hypo, dumbass.
Stop eating all that fruit and vegetables full of...
You should put your hairband back on to hide your grey hairs and balding hairline. Also, do girls like balls the size of raisins? How are you gonna get any pussy when they see you with a dick with no balls attached to it? That sounds like a bad idea.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
A fructose sugar in there.
And because it
And carbs, they convert to sugar, yada yada yada. The more sugar that circulates in your body, it will convert to glycogen and load in the muscle. For every gram of glycogen, 3 grams of water being drawn between the skin and muscle into the muscle, creating those beautiful non-contractile sarcoplasmic muscles. Yeah, man, because you're adapted.
Because it's a triple agonist, you know, it acts on glucagon. Yeah. It prevents you from having too low blood sugar. And it also stops you from having too high blood sugar. So, especially when I'm dieting.
Steroids are sterol-based hormones. Testosterone is a sterol-based hormone. Therefore, testosterone's a steroid. You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I guarantee you Coursera will not be weird. Blood glucose drops where I end up like feeling cold, shaky, have trouble thinking, get dizzy.
See how puffy he looks? That's very sarcoplasmic-y. Very puffy, very sarcoplasmic-y, yeah.
No, I don't take blood pressure meds. My blood pressure is naturally extremely low.
Notice, look at his face. You notice the change in his face as well? Look at the lines underneath his eyes. The sunken in eyes, the cheeks.
Yes, that's what happens when you get lean.
Get kind of a deteriorating look there in the face.
Yeah, maybe I should gain weight and be a fat slob like you so that I don't look like I'm deteriorating.
Usually when I test my blood pressure, it's in the 90/50 range. And it never goes above like 110/60.
Yeah, I have good blood pressure myself. Guess we're lucky there.
So I'm not on blood pressure meds right now. If I were to take them, I'd end up fainting constantly.
Maybe you should put in your channel description that you start.
How small are your balls now? Did you revert to pre-pubescent size balls? And do you also have grey hairs on your nuts, or is it just on your ball-shaped head? Nice watermelon noggin, Richard. And why are you so pissed off even though you said test equals happy?
I have not noticed my balls shrinking. They might have gotten smaller, but not to any extent that I can notice. And I only have gray hairs on my head, and I think there's like a couple on my beard now. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Did steroids on August 1st just as general information, but also less people asking again and again when you started in donos.
I'm just gonna make a video about it. Thanks for the donation, 5. 218, Johnny Tiller's agreed. He promotes unrealistic body standards while passing it off as motivation. He loves using top 1% genetic elite, and he's an example of why it's possible to look like these anime characters. It's cope to make himself think he can look like that too.
Yeah, that's true.
He doesn't train particularly well.
Doesn't have to.
Like, I've seen his work.
You see, on steroids, doesn't have to.
Workouts. Farted again. I've seen his workouts. He doesn't train that well, that hard. I also don't think he's particularly genetically gifted. He's kind of just a small...
Genetically gifted? Genetic is environmental. I don't know about this genetically gifted. What do you mean gifted doing what? Muscles, you're not building anything. You're building contractile or non-contractile protein. It's either myofibrillar or sarcoplasmic. What genetics?
Smaller guy.
Sarcoplasm isn't protein.
What genetics? You have to eat. Protein has to outpace protein breakdown to see that mass on that myofibrillar. Science corroborates everything I say.
I think he's...
Whatever.
Like what, 5'10", 5'11"?
I don't know what he is.
I do.
Great. Do you think you have grey hairs on your head and face because you might have EPA and DHA omega-3 fatty acid nutrient deficiency? You never eat those omega-3s, so that's probably an issue. You can get them from seaweed if you researched it. Welcome.
Seaweed doesn't have omega-3, and I take an EPA DHA supplement. You're an idiot.
Mostly inline skating and cycling, and in the winter when I can't do that.
More deteriorating faster than you're regenerating. Okay. Yeah. These are great. It's great cosmetics, man. Steroids are great cosmetic drugs for men. Just like women use cosmetics, Botox shit, whatever for their face, and tummy tucking and face tucking and whatever else, dude. And taking like makeup, putting makeup on their face. It too is temporary, just like this. They say steroids are cosmetics for men. That's all really. They could be cosmetics for women too as well. I don't know. They get abs and shit, whatever too. So yeah, it's cosmetic because it's just body, but it doesn't change your face. Your face will always look the same. Anyways, I'll see you in the next one, friends. Don't you think about that, like, subscribe, support the channel. I'm out of here.
That was heavily retarded.
The stack for mental sort of toughness, although this is the opposite of it because I think that the toughness only comes out of the will. It's to take like 400 milligrams of testosterone per week and then to use SSRIs too. I don't think that's a good idea. And some people have extremely adverse reactions to SSRIs. And some of them also have other long-term effects from just one single use. All right. I took fluvoxamine because Leo in Longevity recommended it. Because once the serotonin builds up to a certain level, it takes like 6 months. Once 6 months of like regular usage, you'll have a serotonin level that causes neurogenesis in the brain. But I didn't like the way it made me feel. It also they also prescribe those for premature ejaculation because what they do is they sort of deaden the nerves in your penis, or I suppose I suppose they affect women too, to a certain degree. But some people are like permanently they become like asexual after using SSRIs. Yeah. And apparently it's pretty easy to get these things. Ribito tells a story about some kid that he knew, or knows. Hopefully the kid's still around. But the kid went into the doctor, a family doctor, and he says he wasn't feeling good. And he talked to the doctor for 10 minutes, and then he came out with a Prozac prescription, and fluoxetine. Yeah. But my doctor wouldn't prescribe me fertility drugs. She's like, we got to test your sperm. Do you want to feel my freaking? You want to feel my?
Zoloft is just sertraline, right? Yeah, I've been on Zoloft, technically. Sertraline.
My berries, okay? Do you not believe me? Oh, we got to see. You might not need it. I might not need it. Who are you saving it for? I should have been like, oh, I'm feeling sad. I guess I could have got an SSRI prescription. That would have been bad for that wouldn't have helped my fertility situation, though. Jeez. Doctors. Trust the science. I mean, they're doctors for a reason. They did a lot of schooling. Anyways, fuck doctors. See you in a bit.
Goddamn right. Fuck doctors, dude. Fucking can't stand doctors, dumb motherfuckers.
Annoyed that 500,000 people watch this video and don't understand the basics. Y'all got bamboozled. Y'all got tricked. Not a single person out there is doing this. It's useless, mindless, wasted. 85% of my maximum heart rate is 142 beats a minute. How many of you think I've ever done a race with a heart rate lower than that? I don't. 75% is basically high zone 2 or zone 3 cardio. It's not that hard. It's why I keep telling people walking, it's not cardio. Walking is walking, it's movement. Me getting up and going to take a shit isn't cardio. Me doing gardening, it's not cardio, it's too easy. Making this video, flapping and screaming, it still isn't cardio. It's zone 1. Is it bad to do that? No. Walking isn't bad, but it's not cardio. It's not hard enough. Now, if you're a freaking whale, if you're 400 pounds, or if you're 90, it's cardio. If you're walking up a mountain, it's cardio. But if you're just walking with your friend, oh, we do 30 minutes of walking every day, it's our cardio time. It's not cardio, it's daily life. It's what you should be doing. Like, when I have sexy time, I don't say it's time to do my cardio. I'm going to go have sexy time. I don't count brushing my teeth, washing my body, walking to the bathroom, recording videos, or walking as cardio.
If you do them right, even just short 15 to 25-minute interval cardio sessions done 2 to 3 times per week is enough to make a measurable dent.
No, it's not. It's not enough. Do more.
One paper did find that running could be.
When you passed out doing overhead press in your apartment, did you cuss out the doctor when you got to the hospital? You should be more appreciative of them. What about when you broke your elbow mountain biking and got it fixed? Dude, stop being rude.
The one is doing long.
I never went to the hospital after passing out, and I also didn't get any surgery or treatment after I broke my elbow. They said that it's just a piece of bone that chipped off. There's no treatment for it other than just weight training, which I already do, so they just sent me home. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Okay. You know, Myco Hearn, he doesn't have any good nicknames, as far as I know. The only one I'm familiar with is Myco Trend, frankly. And that sucks. That sucks. That's the best we can do. His name's kind of tough to work with. Okay, I'm gonna, hopefully something will come to me. If my title is just something basic bitch, you'll know that didn't happen. At least you know now. But I mean, the people in the fitness industry aren't usually that known for creativity. I mean, if you're just gonna venerate, what could you call them? Morons. That's.
Your bone chipped from a simple bike fall? Dude, what are your bones made of? Orc. Guess you need some more quality foods in your diet, like cheese.
Sort of a nice way to put it. Then it's not going to inspire that sort of thing.
I don't have a primary care doctor. My family doctor quit her job because she got pregnant. Don't ever get a female family doctor, especially one that's of breeding age, because that'll happen. And I'm subscribed to a service where you pay a yearly fee and then you can get an appointment with a doctor at like any time, and it's a 24/7 service, so you can like call them up whenever, and they can write you prescriptions, and they can also write up a whatchamacall, thing for blood work. So I told them I'm on steroids, and they said, oh no, don't do it, it's bad for you, la-di-da, blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, great, give me the requisition for blood work. And they've been cooperating. I've asked for blood work twice now, and they filled out the requisition for me. The first doctor that I talked to for that is a fucking idiot. I asked for specific tests, and then rather than giving me those specific tests, they just wrote up a basic lab form that didn't have, it was missing 2 things that I asked for. and they added in a bunch of shit for no reason, but it was covered. Those things were covered by OHIP, so I didn't have to pay for that crap.
All right, so yeah, I got 421 on here. It's feeling pretty good. You know, as I've been working on my flexibility a little bit. Well, when I'm warming up, and as I get more comfortable, the bar is going further down my traps, and it's kind of hard to tell. Because you'd have to be my traps to know the difference between what it is now and what it was 3 weeks ago. And when I did 405 for 20 a couple weeks ago, maybe it was 3 weeks ago. My last rep I almost folded over because I had the bar so high. But that's as far as my arms will let me let it go down. And so that the further I can go back, the more like a low bar squat that it is, and the more of an advantage I have.
Yeah, I know, and I know in the U.S. you don't have to get a requisition for blood work. It's kind of fucking stupid. They should at least let you pay out of pocket if you're just going to request blood work. It's kind of dumb. I don't know why they do it like that, but they do it like that.
And so if I keep on working on it, I think that, because that's always the limiting factor for my 20 rep squats. And anyways, this is the first time I've done incline bench in a couple of years. It went pretty good, actually. The only issue is that I had my headphones in, and every time it was going down, it was hitting the piece of plastic in the middle of my headphone cord. I actually like this exercise more than flat bench, and my shoulders felt really good after it. So I think that once my back is 100%, I'll just do incline bench and overhead press. All right. Okay. I just was scrolling through the tier maker website, you know, tier lists are popular, and pretty much all of the ones that are made on there are just made by like some anime freaks. Okay. Basically anyone who watches.
In America, if you want to pay out of pocket, you can get any blood test you want and schedule your own appointments without a doctor tongue.
Yes, I know. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Anime. Okay. It's like hottest cartoon characters. We're doing surgical enhancement, plastic surgery tier list. Although it's more of so just what we're gonna figure out what Mike O'Hearn's had done.
Definitely
he was
Botox.
What are you gonna do after 50? Okay, but there's no way this guy's face naturally looks like that. Okay, even if he's putting retinol cream on his face, okay, there's no way you're gonna fucking look like this. That reminds me, I gotta start taking my tretinoin for my looks maxiarch. Now that I'm losing weight, I want to be looking, and I want to glow. Okay, once the double chin goes away, it's not gonna mean anything if I don't have a nice red hue. I just saw this video, Mike Hearn hospitalized, and I don't know what he was hospitalized for, but we're going to find out. Too bad it's vertical view, but that just means I get to be bigger. All right, here we go.
Look who it is.
Let's put some subtitles on.
Good morning, stranger. We missed you out here. What?
This guy's the looks maxing like vacuous, good looking himbos. He's their fucking god. They won't admit it though.
The lady's talking about you.
What'd they say?
They were trying to do stuff to you while you were asleep.
Yeah, they give you lip injections. What the fuck happened to your face?
Hopefully they finish me off. Saves you some time later. Guys, we've done this before.
Yeah, he's gotten lip injections. Yeah, dude. His lips are looking way different. So look at his lip, his bottom lip there. And look at his bottom lip here. Unless he got stung by a bee. Yeah, he's gotten lip injections.
Do you care if I pay?
I go every 3 years. It runs in the family. You guys do what you do. End of the day.
Alzheimer's runs in my family, but I don't. I don't know if there's any coming back from that. Oh, I just took niacin. I'm starting to feel it now. Fuck.
More, the older I get. How did you do that? So, you're late.
Oh boy, it's coming up fast.
I guess almost 40 years ago, I told you how I train, how I live. I am preventative. I am dedicated. I am the most dedicated human on the planet. And that is apparent decade after decade. But it doesn't mean just the medical thing. It means getting up, doing the basic work.
4 a.m.
Right, not eating for a show. Eating right all year. And eating right healthy for me. Training smart.
Imagine getting lip injections as like this guy has black person lips. Okay.
Preach.
I wish I knew more about plastic surgery, but it looks like there's some Botox because there's no way. I mean, I've had wrinkles since I was 20 years old. Maybe.
Mike O'Hearn's 56 years old, dude. Like, no shit, he's gonna wear like corded headphones. The guy's literally a boomer. He might not look like a boomer, but he's a boomer. I remember when the Bluetooth headphones first became a thing, and they sucked ass, and they were so hard to connect, and they'd disconnect all the time, and they're just shit. But, like, at this point, like, what the fuck are you doing if you have corded headphones? Like, you're insane. I gotta take another pee-pee. I'll be right back. Oh. All right.
Maybe it started at 19. That's because I'm surprised a lot. It's like, holy cow. Whoa! Okay. It's like the Austin Powers thing when women say something dirty, and he's like, that used to happen to me all the time. That used to happen to me all the time. It looks like, I guess if when we come up to this tier list here, okay, Dead Heat. You see that? I was watching the Sam Hyde podcast. I'm gonna be watching that, and they played a clip of that later. It's a movie with Treat Williams. Face pulling. Okay, so that like straightens out your teeth just in case you have some sort of like fucked up chimpanzee mouth like She-Bulk. Hair transplant. Oops, that's for later. Look at this guy's fucking head. I don't know if he has had a hair transplant. His forehead's looking pretty big. I don't think he's needed that yet.
Mileage is mileage, and mileage is one of the biggest things all of you 20 and 30 year olds, and the guys that are broken in 30 are going to say, this is the rep range. Rep range for what? Building more muscle for a moment?
I want forever muscle.
Mileage later on in life. I'm giving you these tips, and the reason I'm telling you this is because
you're a good guy.
I'm a basic guy.
No, you're a good guy.
That's it. I'm an average guy that is
average.
Just completely dedicated, and I go back to the basic stuff that Bruce Lee.
There's this old South Park episode, and it's like, if someone is looking up and to the left, then they're lying.
Worried about the guy that's doing 10,000 different exercises. I'm worried about the guy that does the one exercise 10,000 times.
Okay, Bruce Lee.
Basic work in the gym to get better, not smash your head against the wall. Healthy nutrition.
He's talking to you, Great Khali.
Not the fad that everybody tries to do. Not the trick that everybody tries to do.
I mean, he's right here. Zerchers. What the fuck else? I hate Zerchers. It's a fucking total gimmick. No, it's not. Yeah, it is.
Zercher squats are fucking stupid.
The way this podcast is brought to you by Tim Hortons. Sing Hortons. They haven't changed the label yet. My customer gave me a gift card.
Yeah, when it comes to drugs, if you're trying to do drugs when you're 20 to win a trophy, again, you're a moron. There's an amazing thing called life, and we're hoping, me too, that we get to live a long life like Clint Eastwood. So, at the end of the day,
same
start
here.
Being prevented.
I use EMS and me and my cord will stay charged until you die and ears fall off. I don't want Bluetooth shartware, and I get 777,777 trillion donkey decibels audio quality, and you just tuck the wire in a shirt. Your Bluetooth device has disconnected.
No. Bluetooth's better. You're just dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, non-wib.
And you get to go to the gym. That's different than you have to go to the gym. And as soon as you make that mind switch, and you wake
That's
up
actually a good point.
going, I'm not motivated. Mother, you get to go to the gym. There's gonna be a time that all of us have to go to the gym to stay healthy. Push that off as long as you possibly can. Go get your colonoscopy, see the doctors.
I'm
do
not
your
getting that.
checkups. Wake the fuck up. Seriously. You're not going to get to 60 like this. And look at, Robbie Robinson is 20 years older than me, and that's what I'm hoping for. You guys are motivated off of these 20 and 30-year-old pups.
Who the hell's... Well, I mean, first of all, who watches... He has that many fucking subscribers? Oh my goodness, of course. They got to smear. It's like they can't even just... The most smeared man of all time, even being related to him is going to end up getting smeared. Anyways, what kind of asshole? Well, I guess the Gen Z kids are. But I don't think do Gen Z kids watch Mike O'Hearn? They just watch the guys who do the most muscular flex, and they're going, Anyways,
Plastic
lower
surgery
eyelid
tear lift.
retraction. Let's say ST.
I predict that folks with lower tier fitness goals lose a few pounds of fat, gain a few pounds of muscle, if they can get almost everything that they go to the gym for from a pill, then they can just do fun physical things like hiking and biking and swimming and hanging out with their families and be 100% as fit as they would like. That's happening. It's gonna start happening big time within the next 5 years.
Mike's an idiot. Since being on steroids, like, I've realized nothing is ever gonna replace steroids. Nothing. You need these hormones, not just for, like, muscle growth, but for, like, energy, mood, recovery, libido, you know, all these things. Like, they have important effects in your entire body. So, like, this idea that, oh, you're never going to have to take steroids, there's going to be a pill that just magically makes you grow muscle because of myostatin. Nothing will ever replace steroids. Like, I guess technically there could be some kind of, like, Captain America super soldier serum where it'll just make your body, you know, work better and it'll produce more testosterone on its own. Like, something like that could happen, but these drugs are not going to replace steroids, and he's overhyping them like fucking crazy. It does not seem like these drugs are going to come to market anytime soon, and they're really going to be any good when they first come out.
This genetic revolution will allow almost everyone that wants it to have the strength.
Did you see some time ago when Israetel rolled with B-Team? I don't know what that is.
And aesthetics that they like overall with precisely zero training. Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for RP Strength, and I'm going to tell you something crazy today. Well, I do say a lot of crazy stuff. I think fitness, in the way that we understand it, has something like 10 years left to live. And so I'm not that smart. And so I need to put things in my own head in a way that I can understand them. And the best person ever to do that before me was Forrest Gump's mom. That's right. You guys remember that shit? When, couple points to make the point.
The really shitty jokes he makes are, it just makes his videos so much worse. I just don't want to hear it.
Point number one. How the hell do I get to 10 years of fitness remaining? Nearly every body change that you have occurs because your genes produce more or less, signal the production of more or less proteins as a response to exercise training. For example, when you train, myostatin expression goes down. Myo means muscle, statin means stop or block. When less myostatin protein is being produced by the signal to being produced by the genes that create the myostatin protein, you get less myostatin protein, guess what happens to your muscle mass? It's blocked less, it goes up. That is one of the core reasons why you gain muscles from resistance training. As a matter of fact, there are proteins inside of your muscles that detect mechanical tension and probably a few other things like fatigue byproducts. When the mechanical tension is detected, it doesn't grow muscle. That protein has a signaling cascade of other proteins and molecules that ping from one part of your muscle cell to the other until the last part of that signaling cascade ends in something like the proteins that actually produce the machinery of your muscles. It's genes and proteins all the way down, including from effector modulators like mechanical tension itself. So you don't actually need mechanical tension to grow, theoretically. You just need the end of that cascade line of molecules to flip into one direction versus the other, and then muscle growth results exactly like it would if you presented tension itself. In addition to that, when you tense up your muscles and your tendons get a lot of tension through them, that increases the expression of proteins, sometimes collagen, sometimes elastin, sometimes others, that make your tendons bigger and stronger. It's all proteins all the way down. And over the next 5 years, this has already begun, we will hit a tidal wave, which is technically an outdated term. I know it's tsunami. It's not caused by the tide, of drugs that modify the effect of these proteins that are involved in exercise to great extents already. Drugs currently in testing like azelaprag and garetosmab modify protein activity at receptors that modulate exercise responses like mitochondrial proliferation, which gives you a bigger gas tank, fat burning, and muscle growth. When taking these soon-to-be future megadrugs that do a lot of what exercise does except by you just taking a pill, I predict that folks with lower tier fitness goals will no longer have to go to the gym at all. What do I mean by lower tier fitness goals? Lose a few pounds of fat, gain a few pounds of muscle, be a bit healthier. I mean, that's like millions and millions of people in America that currently go to gyms and around the world that currently go to gyms. If they can get almost everything that they go to the gym for from a pill, then they can just do fun physical things like hiking and biking and swimming and hanging out with their families and be 100% as fit as they would like. That's happening. My best guess is it's going to start happening big time within the next 5 years. Now, through that process of really advanced drugs, folks who want extra results will still lift and still do extra cardio for the time being. Now, here's where shit gets really crazy. In more like 5 to 10 years, not within 5, genetic engineering as a process regularly applied to humans is very likely to blow up. And by blow up, I mean not physically, I mean become radically more adopted in common use. Even for things that aren't diseases, just upgrades. And that's going to let a lot of folks alter their DNA so that they don't need to exercise to gain almost all of its benefits. That means that just through modifying your genes work as if you're always exercising a ton. And that means you're getting all those molecular downstream benefits, usually vectored through exercise, now vectored through direct gene modification, which means we don't even have to switch it on and switch it off. We switch it on, we break the switch off, and we leave the cell. And then you just have genetics, literally, like the top 1% of elite genetics for fitness. Scott, you know those people that you're like, hey, how long have you been lifting? And they're like a week, and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah. There is no reason, theoretically, why eventually advanced genetic engineering, powered by AI, of course, is not going to allow us to do that. So my contention is this: maybe 10 to 15 years from now, maybe sooner, I'll talk about that in a little bit, pretty much everyone in the modern civilized world will be able to access having extreme genetics for fitness. For example, the ability to reduce myostatin activation and production to near zero. If you can do that, I'm going to say that's too much for most people, that means your muscle growth from zero training at all is as...
There's already myostatin inhibitor drugs like YK11, and people have reported some of the most bizarre, like, scary side effects from those drugs. And again, there's already been a few deaths in these human trials for this shit, so it's like... You know, I'm sure it'll happen eventually, but he's massively overhyping the shit.
As high as it is from better than the best training you can give yourself right now. Think about that. You're just always growing muscle. Your muscle cell's number one priority shifts to muscle growth, and number 2, 3, whatever, it kind of forgets about. I'm kidding, it still does them, but I'm talking about muscle growth front and center. Pictures you are about to see on your television screen right now are of animals that have had their myostatin genes completely deactivated. Myostatin knockout animals. They're knockouts, honey. Look at them.
They're not myostatin knockout animals. They have a genetic mutation, and they were born that way. He literally showed photos of animals that have a mutation. They were not made in a laboratory or had their genes modified by scientists or anything. That's a very different fucking thing from what he's talking about.
Every single one of these animals that you see on the screen has never trained with weights. The mice that are myostatin knockouts typically hardly even move around because they live in a cage. And one of these animals you'll probably see is a myostatin knockout greyhound, which looks two things: adorable and sad. That's one thing all at the same time, and arguably the same thing. And two, unreal jacked and not even like a greyhound. How the hell is that thing a greyhound?
This guy's an idiot. That's not a greyhound. It's a fucking whippet. It's a different fucking breed of dog. And whippets are particularly prone to having that genetic mutation. And they're called bully whippets. What a fucking idiot. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Son of a bitch. I hate this. Oh my god, this dispenser thing is so fucking stupid.
React to this after and admire his meatball head. 1419.
Damn. Everyone thinks they can be Jordan 101.
He does have a meatball head. I don't even know what the fuck they're doing there. Jiu-jitsu is kind of silly. Like, when you look at this versus wrestling sparring, like, I don't know why the fuck so many people in jiu-jitsu spar like retards, but like, I think it's because so many people who do jiu-jitsu are like dorks or something. But like, look at the difference between jiu-jitsu sparring and wrestling sparring. It's like they're actually trying to fight each other and like gain control or something, whereas I don't know what the fuck so many people are doing with jiu-jitsu. And you'll notice with wrestling, they don't want to be on the floor. They don't do this guard pulling bullshit. So anytime they have an opportunity to stand up, they stand up. Whereas with jiu-jitsu, you just lie on the ground and roll around. Like, it's just fucking weird.
Greyhound. Well, it turns out greyhounds, if you've ever been around them, after their career days of chasing rabbits, they're actually dogs that don't do much. They like to cuddle with you. They're big lovers. They will kill rabbits really impressively in your backyard. But other than that, they don't do much. It's not like they're on a gym floor for dogs. They don't do anything, and they look like that. Think about it. When you do exercise, it vectors on a molecular cascade that ends up altering how much protein you express in the...
Wrestling is more for takedowns. Jiu-jitsu is more for submission. Are you a fucking idiot? Do you know how you score points in wrestling? Do you know how you win?
Protein does the rest of the work. Why not just cut right to the chase and have your genes alter protein expression anyway, and then everything downstream of exercise still happens, but with no exercise at all? It is not just hypothetically possible. There's just no good reason it can't be done other than the tractability of the problem, figuring out which genes to attack, how to design the vectors that get to those genes, and how to make sure that the vectors that get to those genes to change them, change your muscle genes, but not genes in your brain that make you have crazy brain cancer or some shit like that. Those are all solvable problems, and they're solving them right now. And right now, most of the drugs being developed or have been developed in testing, they weren't even using AI. AI is going to make that process 100 times more potent in every way you can conceive of. 100 times faster to discovery, 100 times the effect magnitude if possible, and 100 times less probability of doing harm in any other.
Jiu-jitsu isn't just... Like, when people say, oh, but all the best UFC fighters do jiu-jitsu. No shit, they need to know what, like, they need to train jiu-jitsu because other people do jiu-jitsu, and there may be some useful things in jiu-jitsu they need to learn so that they can use it or counter it. But when you look at all the top-tier MMA fighters, they all wrestle. They're all wrestlers. John Jones, the GOAT of all time, wrestler. He has a wrestling background. Even a lot of dudes who are jiu-jitsu specialists, they often train mostly with wrestlers. So, like wrestling is just better for MMA. Jiu-jitsu is useful. You do need to know jiu-jitsu, like for a variety of reasons, but wrestling is just better.
Their subsystem. This genetic revolution will allow almost everyone that wants it to have the strength and aesthetics that they like overall with precisely zero training. Because remember, the only reason you train for growth and fat loss is because that growth and fat loss activates genes or proteins. And genes make proteins. If those genes and proteins are already made and active without having to exercise, exercising can be like redundant and it can burn more calories. But guys, with a few simple genetic modifications that are already available through research drugs right now, not the modifications, but the drugs do this, you can raise your baseline energy output a lot as if you were exercising. So even the extra calorie burning becomes a giant like why? And if you've ever done cardio for 45 minutes at a time while staring at a wall, you might have thought like, man, there's probably better alternate uses of my time if I would just never have to do cardio again. And the time for never having to do cardio again is coming, and it's not far off. So the next question becomes this: will all of fitness go away? And I don't think the answer is yes. I think it's a no, not quite, not upfront. For example, specialized hypertrophy training for a while is really going to shine, because if you want like way bigger arms and belts but the same chest and back, you can't just crank up the myostatin shit, because that makes everything bigger and it doesn't care. Skeletal muscle, it'll also make the muscles of your jaw and face bigger, which means you're going to look more like me, which is a curse I wouldn't damn anyone with, even my worst enemies. So if you don't want giant muscle head, you don't want giant rest of your muscle body, but you want your arms and shoulders to be bigger, what you're going to do is take a little bit of those advanced drugs or alter your DNA to be more, less expressive of myostatin, grow much more muscle than normal, but not full tilt, myostatin negative dog or greyhound or anything, or greyhounds or dogs, myostatin negative dog or myostatin negative mouse or cow or any of that stuff. You're going to want something subtle, but subtle doesn't give you big arms and shoulders, just more impressive arms and shoulders. So what you can do in the future, once you get these advanced drugs and gene editing techniques, is get some of them pushed in, get a really impressive physique overall, and then train on top of that, but just the muscles, or mostly the muscles, that you want to improve for aesthetics. So I'm talking about having great genetics for chest, back, whatever, and they're just kind of really good without you training them, and then you nuke the living dog shit out of your arms, out of your delts, out of your forearms, and then you have enormous arms, and everything else looks awesome too. Then you can really start to train your calves, your outer quads, blah, 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 to start to sculpt your body into something really, really gorgeous, but only through specialization, not having to spend a ton of time just training stuff so that it doesn't get any smaller, or just baseline bigger. Baseline bigger, that shit will take care of, no problem. Another thing, weightlifting, like the snatch and clean and jerk, strongman sport, every grappling sport, every combat sport, that's still technique practice, and that requires you to do the sport. So weightlifting for a while is going to have a big question mark of like, do we let these new freaks compete in the Olympics or not? I have no idea how to answer that question. It's going to be a big question in the future. And of course, sports like boxing, sports like climbing, cycling, activities like that will be massive, because those are potentially massive because those sports are still fun and they're skill sports. Think about it this way. How many climbers train with weights to be better at climbing? What mostly they're training for is increases in strength and muscle size, and the muscle size they only want because it increases strength. What if you had drugs or gene editing techniques that could damn near max out your muscle strength and damn near max out your muscle size for whatever muscles you wanted? Well, then climbers might still train with weights a little bit, but mostly they would just climb, because really almost all climbers just want to climb to begin with. Same for wrestlers, same for boxers, same for cyclists. There's a lot of people that lift weights because they love it. Me, you, and most of the people watching this channel maybe. For us, it's going to be a trip to give up the ghost. For most athletes and most humans out there, they only...
Richard, you should probably try things first before commenting on them. I know you have zero wrestling experience and probably like 2 months of jiu-jitsu. Try a couple years, then get back to me.
Thanks for the donation, CDG.
They live because they have to. A lot of people in the gym are there because they're like, well, if you had a pill for this shit, I wouldn't be here. Those people will not be here. Let me get into that more a little bit. To that end, general hypertrophy, just overall muscle growth, and strength-focused lifting may die down by a huge factor. You know that guy, Scott, that guy that does half squats for sets of 5 with 95 and like scrolls on his phone for 5 minutes between each set?
I know a lot of those guys.
I know those guys. He's like 45, he's got kids and a wife, and he knows he needs to lift just to keep his health and his physique decent. Do you think he's coming back to the gym when one shot means he has everything he needs out of the gym? No, you'll never see him again, which is kind of sad because you'll never see him again. He was great. His name was Jim. It's kind of great because now you have the power rack all to yourself, and the only people in gyms are the really, really, really hardcore ones that want that extra little bit out of it, or to focus a ton on one strength feat or one part of their physique or whatever. Here's the other thing. Some people will still do full-on fitness and remain completely genetic editing free. God bless them. That's awesome. Some will do edits for vibes and perhaps to fill out the potential like early gene editing doesn't get. Because here's the thing. There's lots of genes that exercise targets and lots of proteins that are created. And so they're going to start to have 1 or 2 proteins and genes that hit central regulating factors that treats like 60% of all the stuff you want from exercise, then 65, then 70, then 75. That's good.
Hey, you still cool with Alex from PWF? I kinda got pissed watching him cause he said some anti-Israel stuff.
Playing with fire. I haven't talked to him in a while. Yeah, I think he has some gay anti-Israel takes. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. I just haven't talked to him, though. Thanks for the donation, though, Fad Fudge.
Going to be a few months minimum if AI really gets going, or years if we do a kind of more traditional way. And then so you might continue to do exercise, but because not all of the exercise benefits are right up front gotten in by these gene vectors and by these protein modulators, but more and more over time. So there's going to be place for some stuff for a while, but that place is reducing for folks that are not hardcore for sure. What does this mean for you, for your future planning? First thing, this is not formal investment advice. I'm absolutely not qualified for that. And I just invest in general shit anyway. I would not sell your house to invest in big box gyms 5 years from now to 15 years from now. Why? Most of the attendees of big box gyms, Planet Fitnesses, LA Fitness, 24-hour fitness, those kinds of gyms. Most of the attendees at those gyms, most of the ways gyms make money is from people that only go to the gym to really just get like a giant green check mark that says you exercise and you burn some fat, you built some muscle, and you got some health. When that's available in a pill, and later when that's available in a shot that you take once and then you just stay in shape the rest of your life, you gotta believe, Scott, am I going nuts, or like half of those people not coming back the next day? for sure. They don't want to be there to begin with. It's a very different thing you want to be there than when you don't. And so big box gyms are going to go out of business like crazy, maybe before, but sure shit during this revolution at some point. That's a thing. Hardcore hypertrophy or strength gyms will...
That's just stupid. It's just so stupid.
This is what you mean, buddy.
What was the context for that? Thanks for the donation, The Wandering Mason.
Will survive much longer because having this first wave of medications is going to make people even more psychotic at those gyms because they're finally, guys, imagine this. The thing that used to hold you back from being hardcore to fitness is you loved it, but your genetics weren't that great. Now your genetics are amazing. Where are you going to be? You're going to be in the gym the next day being like, oh my God, I'm going to look like God himself. It's going to be awesome. So those hardcore facilities are going to hang in much.
If you try to pull guard in a real fight, you're going to get your head stomped in.
Much longer, probably a safer bet. Here's another thing. If I were a young high school student, early college, and I was planning on what to go into, I would pivot to learning how to manage people's psychology, to coaching running, to coaching cycling, to coaching dancing, kickboxing, grappling, surfing, etc. People are going to love doing all those things. They're going to do it more than ever because they're going to be in great shape and these things are fun. Over-indexing on personal training exclusively for body recomposition, just by itself, might time out in about 15 years because 10 to 15 years from now, genetic adoption might be, depending on how the future plays out, either almost complete or really getting going. And then imagine if your ROI, the thing you have to offer other people is, well, I don't work with crazy athletes or anything. I just general people trying to get in shape. Your entire demographic basically got deleted out. And by deleted out, I mean helped so much by these other things, they just don't need you anymore. I mean, this is something that is happening similar to regular TV versus Netflix, Prime, and all that other stuff. It used to be you got your fun from regular TV, and it was limited. And like, Scott, can you imagine someone who in the year 2026 is starting in college, and it's like, hey, kid, what do you want to be? They're like, well, gee whiz, mister, I want to be a cable television producer. Scott's laughing because that's what they would do. They laugh. Why the hell would you want to do that? Netflix and YouTube and Prime are 90% of the market share now. That's how it's going to be with personal training to just get in basic shape. It's going to be a solved problem. I wouldn't over-index on starting your career in something like that. I could be wrong about this, folks, but think about it yourself and come to your own conclusion, which, by the way, is what you should be doing for every piece of information you get. Sure shit on this channel. It's not the shit I say, it's just lies. If you're almost out of high school or starting college, personal...
I don't know why you would assume any of this because, again, for people who are actually interested in fitness, they're like the standard just increases. So if your average person can look like me from just taking a pill, that means that's average. So if you want to look above average, well, now you still have to go to the gym and train. So I don't know why you'd like make this assumption.
Fitness trainer is not a career I'd recommend. Unless you're really passionate about them, go to and get retrained later. I would say it's kind of analogous to be like, if the year is 1988 and you're training to be a typewriter repairman. It's all computers after that, dude. Typewriters die in the mid-90s. It's not where you want to be. There are caveats to this. So point number 6, we have caveats. Number 1, regulation could stall this timeline by 5 to 10 years. Here's how it would happen. Gene editing is going great. One person gets a gene edit, somebody's famous brother-in-law or some shit. Nasty, some kind of allergic reaction or transgenic reaction, and they croak. Senator Congressman starts a petition, scared parents don't want gene editing to kill their kids, etc. And all of a sudden, we just have like a 5-year moratorium on any new development. That's it. That's 5 years of nothing getting done. You don't even buy the shit. You can't even find it on the market. Entire industry is just like wither on the vine overnight. It can happen. 100% can happen. It can get pushed down by 5 years. It can get pushed out by 10 years. I hope to God that won't happen. I think these things are awesome, but it very well could. The other perspective, advancements in artificial superintelligence, which I think are damn near for sure. Other people think maybe, maybe not. I consider them likely. And social adoption, I think is an even chance, might mean that by as early as 2030, genetic upgrades are already spreading around. How? So check this out.
It's better for TikTok to have Chinese propaganda or right-wing Trump propaganda. Who cares?
Right now, there are drugs. The pipeline for drug development looks like this. The pharmaceutical company has their scientists develop candidate drugs on computers or in wet labs, and they're like, okay, this drug, we think it's going to work. What they do is they usually do their own phases of animal trials because they don't want to waste the FDA's time and get all the stupid approval for everything. The animals didn't die, and the effect was demonstrated as like, wow, this thing really does what we want. After that, they start going through the FDA trials process where it's multiple animal trials.
Yeah, so they're already doing human trials, and there have been several deaths in the human trials. The animal trials are also garbage. Basically, what they did was they starved a bunch of rats so that they ended up becoming sarcopenic, and then they gave the rats this drug, and the rats just went back to normal. So, okay, great. It's stupid. These drugs do not look particularly promising.
Situations, and then usually three stages, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 of human trials. That whole process charitably takes 5 years and realistically takes like 10. That's how drugs are made. Almost all the drugs that you will get on the market released in, let's say, 2026.
Yeah, he's just making this shit up and he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. I think he might have invested in one of these companies producing this myostatin inhibitor drug. And he's just talking it up to boost the stock price or something, but everything he's saying is just complete horseshit.
Much the sketchiest compound I've ever messed around with. What is up, everyone? It's Roos. I hope everyone is doing well. Today's ASMR sip is brought to you by 1907. Check out 1907water.com. Coupon code Roos. Welcome back to Peducation. Today, I'm going to be covering the sketchiest SORM known to man, YK11, finally doing the video. I have extensive experience with YK11. I am going to be quoting the Anabolics 11th edition, so check it out for the history as well as the very limited medical data. I'm going to say right off the bat, this is pretty much one of the sketchiest compounds I've ever messed around with. I'm going to repeat that. This is pretty much the sketchiest compound I've ever messed around with, and there's very little data, so I'm going to give you my experiences with it. YK11 is a selective androgen receptor modulator built on a DHT backbone. So most SARMs are built on a ligand backbone. This one's built on a DHT backbone that's closer to a steroid. It, however, behaves like a SARM, meaning there's no estrogen or DHT conversion. YK11 has been studied in limited test tube studies, right? No animal studies, definitely no people studies. It's been studied in test tubes to lower myostatin. So I've talked about the multiple pathways to grow muscle. You have the androgen receptor pathway, growth hormone pathway, local growth factor inflammation pathway, and you have the myostatin pathway. The myostatin pathway is the ultimate genetic limiting factor on how much muscle your body wants to hold. That's why gorillas get so big eating lettuce. Their myostatin is so low that they can lay around all day. I'll Andrew throw up my dog. My dog is selectively bred for low myostatin. I walk him once a day. It's not like he's lifting weights upstairs, he's actually taking a nap. Okay, this is why certain individuals can go in the gym and grow like a weed, and other individuals have such issues putting on muscle. It's the myostatin level. Your body obviously doesn't want to accumulate too much tissue because that's more caloric maintenance, more stress on the body, more blood, all these things. So this is the genetic limiting factor on why you can't blast steroids into oblivion. Myostatin comes in there and stops the steroids. That's why people blast and cruise, to reset the myostatin level. That made bodybuilders curious about fucking with myostatin because that is the ultimate limiting factor. I'll have Andrew throw up Ronnie Coleman. Ronnie Coleman has a genetic myostatin deficiency. Before he ever lifted weights, he had bigger muscles than people who lift weights, right? Just existing as Ronnie based on his genetic encoding. This brings me to myostatin inhibitors. So a lot of people know about ACE, right? That's one of the very popular injectable myostatin inhibitors, as well as Follistan. Both these are injectable peptides that I personally don't have experience with, and my friends that have experience with kind of told me to stay away from them. Okay, gonna be honest, right? When you fucking around with myostatin, there's no real inkling of what's gonna happen as far as you're not just growing muscles, right? You're growing everything to a certain extent, like for example, your heart and organs and shit. And it's very problematic that we don't have anything to look at from animal studies with these myostatin inhibitors. But YK11 hit the scene, and it's an oral bioavailable myostatin inhibitor that apparently inhibits myostatin at a cellular level via the test tube studies. There's arguments that it may not even inhibit myostatin, but from my personal experience, it's like no other oral androgen that I've ever played around with because of the weird myostatin wildcard factor. So again, according to the Anabolics 11th edition, it was brought to the scene in 2011. There has been no movement on YK11, didn't stop it from going into the underground of bodybuilding, and here I am talking about it. So let's go into my experience and the experiences I've collected over my Instagram at RussoLifts. DM me there on my take on YK11. Number one, it's the sketchiest compound ever. This is not something that needs to be experimented with, you know, oh, this is safe. No, it's not. It's not. No one can tell you what that's doing. No one can even tell you if that's inhibiting myostatin at all. But I have gotten side effects of myostatin inhibition. Main thing being that my spine hurt, I had joint and tendon pain. Now, people in the comments will probably argue that, well, Winstrol does that, and that's a DHT-based steroid. You know, why is that any different from YK11 on causing those side effects? I don't know. I feel weird on YK11 every time. My metabolism goes through the roof, and overall, I feel like I'm going to snap my shit up. When I played around with Winstrol, when I played around with Mastron, my joints felt dry, but on YK11, it feels like I'm going to snap my shit up, and I start training like a hypertrophy bodybuilder only, and I don't put any weight on my back or anything crazy like that. I start to like really divvy as the YK11 goes up in dosage. So that's what I noticed. I used the YK11 in the crazy transformation of my craziest look. I'll Andrew throw up of me at 23, 250. That's what I was looking like on YK injectable nano, LGD injectable nano, as well as MK677. So I've experience with nano YK11, as well as regular YK11, as well as regular injectable YK11. The nano is definitely obviously the most insane. I would not recommend it because nano adds a whole other level of danger because it's getting into cells it shouldn't be getting into. But that doesn't mean I don't have experience with it. So what I noticed, right, is the pumps were crazy. My muscles felt flat, and I gained muscle linearly, so leanly, despite me pounding food. Now, my age was around 23, my metabolism was through the roof. These are all variables you have to take into consideration. And could it just be that this was comparable to me bulking on a ton of Winstrol? Sure, you can make that argument. As far as, you know, the side effects that, besides the bullshit ones of like, it's going to fuck up your cholesterol, it's going to do all the things a normal synthetic androgen is going to do, it's going to cause hair loss. For sure, I noticed more hair shedding on YK11. It's not a hair safe compound whatsoever. Notice the joint issues, tendon issues, ligament issues immediately within like the first week. And the dosing schedule is interesting. So there's two theories, right? There's the theory of using it as a pre-workout androgen, so myostatin theoretically dips into 6-hour half-life window that YK11 is during the training session while you're utilizing your post-workout nutrition. That's the first theory. The second dosing theory is dosing YK11 away from training at night when you're sleeping and growing. I have tried both theories. I do not like dosing YK11 at night. It raises my blood pressure. I notice the immediate aggressive effects of it because it's 6-hour half-life. I very much use it as a functional pre-workout androgen because I feel the aggression of the androgen immediately. And yeah, I get hyped up. It was very hard for me to try and sleep with it. It did not work out for me, but I understand both theories of why would you use it during pre-workout when you could use it during sleep, and that's when your myostatin will want to be low for your body to grow and recover. Those are the two theories. The dosages is I played around with it as anywhere between 5 to 30, 40 a day, with the sweet spot in my opinion being 10 to 20. So that's the threshold I played around with. Injectable obviously being way more potent, and the nano adding an extra element of potency on top of that. So yeah, this is a very sketchy compound. I definitely won't recommend it. I hate seeing people jump right into it as if this compound isn't like obscure in the sense that we don't know truly what myostatin is doing as far as a heart growth standpoint, how much it's impacting it, how long the myostatin stays lowered. It's argued that, you know, theoretically YK11, if you did one big dosing, you know, cycle of it, would your myostatin take a while to recover back up to baseline? Is your myostatin even being impacted at all? We don't know. But if you lowered your myostatin with YK, it could take weeks, a month or two after to go back to baseline, or it could not be impacted at all. These are things that I'm just throwing out there that we don't finitely know and probably never will know. All I'm telling you is the next big breakthrough, because people always ask me the next big breakthrough in, you know, bodybuilding pharmacology is the myostatin pathway. If they figure out a skeletal selective myostatin inhibitor, Andrew, no one will have to go to the gym. Everyone will just pop 2 of those. We'll all be muscular. Going to the gym will be stupid. That's how crazy the myostatin technology can get. So that's why everyone has their eyeballs on YK11. What I'm saying is there's no actual data besides bullshit test tube data on if it's actually moving the myostatin to a significant degree or not. Comment your experiences down below. I'll see you guys in my next video.
Yeah, it's going to be a while until some of these myostatin drugs are actually safe and do anything.
You don't need blood work to see it. The eyes give it away. Fresh on some compounds, drained on others. And for every 10 points blood pressure climbs, biological aging accelerates by almost 2 years. That's why you can have 2 men, same age, same stack. One's TRT and the other's RIP. So after today, you'll know what compounds fast forward aging, what slows it down, and the best strategies to stay as youthful as possible while being enhanced. Now, testosterone is the foundation, but it's also the most misunderstood thing when it comes to aging. High dose testosterone looks great short term, but it spikes aldosterone, leading to water retention.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Charlie Kirk Memorial is indistinguishable from a Nazi rally. Yeah, a grieving wife forgiving the killer that assassinated her husband is a Nazi rally. Charlie.
It is literally identical to the Nazi rallies that were commemorating the Nazis that died during the, what is it, the Munich Push or whatever?
Was the best of America. He represented everything the founding fathers foresaw for our country when they founded it in 1776. It's this dishonest rhetoric that's been going on for years as to...
This guy's a literal fucking idiot. Like, again, everyday normies who don't know shit about history, like, they'll be warned, and then they're like, oh my god, the left is crazy, and, like, they just have no fucking clue. No clue at all. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
Tension and a puffier face. Muscles look full under the lights. However, in photos, the look can be flat, not youthful. Now the fix isn't to lower the test, it's to use it smarter. And that's where Primo takes over, because it's youth preserving when used right. It stabilizes estrogen swings, so your face stays sharper. And it can reduce oxidative stress compared to using testosterone alone. And it improves collagen cross-linking. It sounds cool, but what does that mean? Well, downstream that can be tighter skin, stronger joints, and a younger look. But then there are compounds that look safe on the surface, while quietly speeding speeding up aging where you least expect it. And one of them is Anavar. It has a reputation, mild, safe, clean, but the data says otherwise. Because just 20 mg a day, HDL can drop 40% in a week. That's
Clinic
fast.
I went to said my B12 was low at 188. Is it time to start getting jabs? I have had unexplained anxiety and dizziness for a while. I took some B12 pills, but I heard the shot is more effective.
Get 2 10 mil vials of vitamin B12. The standard procedure for recovering from a B12 deficiency is 1 mil shot for a week. So that'll clear out 70% of the vial. Then it's 1 mil shot for the next 3 weeks, and then ongoing, you want to take a 1 mil shot per month. Or you could just split up the dose and take, what would it be? 0.15 mils every week, something like that. I started injecting B12 too. I got my B12 tested. What? 6 or 7 weeks ago, and it was lower than it was before. My B12 is normally at around 12 or 1400, right at the top of the range, and when I got it tested, it was at 500. So for whatever reason, it dropped, even though I'm supplementing. So I'm just doing B12 injections now going forward. It's not a big deal. You just need insulin syringes. Just wipe the top with alcohol, wipe your shoulder, and then you pull out. So you set the needle to the full 1 mil. You inject air into the vial. Then you draw out 1 mil, and then you just put it in your shoulder and then press down on the plunger. It's really easy. So you can just inject it into your shoulder. Don't do the stupid shit where people inject it into their quad or whatchamacall. Seen some people inject it into their glute. Like, there's no point. So just inject it into your shoulder. It's easy. Thanks for the donation, though, Rusty Shackelford.
Aging. In fast forward, CRP can then spike, and that inflammation makes you look tired instead of sharp. Plus, it can slow down skin turnover. You can end up with a stringier, older looking physique. The smarter play, use Anavar pre-workout sublingual. You'll get an instant strength and glycogen shift. Then it clears fast, so it won't hammer your HDL, thyroid, and give you oxidative stress all day. Because when you stack compounds, they act like accelerators, and you can either fast track results or fast track the damage. Instead, take a look at this youth stack, as it will have you feeling and looking younger way more than Test on its own. It starts with Test and Primo together. This keeps the estrogen balanced, so there's no extra water bloat or stress from inside the body. Low dose Deca. This can help.
Your quadriceps have a lot of nerve endings and a lot of blood vessels, and it's very easy to hit one of those, and you can get nerve pain, you can burst blood vessels, cause a massive bruise or hematoma. The quad also seems to, for whatever reason, be more prone to infection. I'm not entirely sure why. So just inject your delts. You can inject B12 sub-Q, so just under the skin. But if you're doing 1 mil shots, that's a lot of volume to inject into your fat tissue, so just inject it into your shoulder. You don't even feel it. So if you're using an insulin syringe that's 30 gauge, half inch, you don't even feel it going in. And then when it's water based, so you don't it's not a thick oil or anything. It doesn't cause any pain. Actually, some people who inject steroids that have a lot of injection pain, they'll actually load up the shot with some B12 because B12 helps to reduce injection pain. So you don't even feel it. When Darius came over to my house, I gave him a B12 shot, and he didn't even feel it. He didn't even realize the needle went in, and I was already injecting. So just, yeah, don't inject the quad. There's some idiots on YouTube who've done B12 injection tutorials, and they inject into their quad. Let me see if I can... So, most of these people... Yeah, some doctor... This idiot.
Hell.
So, I don't know if this guy's a doctor. Yeah, like, this is so stupid. So, he has a 3cc syringe with a 23 gauge needle, this massive fucking harpoon, and then he's telling you to jab this fucking huge-ass harpoon into your quad. So this is a good way to, like, damage some nerves and have, like, nerve pain. Or, like, cause, like, bleeding and a hematoma. Like, this is just fucking stupid. Like this guy's a dumbass. I don't know. Is this guy a fucking doctor? Who the fuck is he? Nurse Scott. Oh, a nurse. Yeah, no shit. So, yeah, these people are fucking stupid. Like, outrageously fucking dumb. You can use any needle for an injection, just use a fucking insulin syringe. Even some of these tutorials, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, look at this gigantic harpoon. So, there's no reason to use a 3cc syringe. You only need to draw 1 mil of fluid. I don't know why she's drawing 2 mils. And then, like, that's a massive 23 gauge needle. Why? Like, it is so stupid. So, just get a little, just get these little 30 gauge, insulin syringe. That's a weird looking one. Yeah, the BD Ultrafine, these are good. So just get a 1 mil insulin syringe. They have a tiny 30 gauge 8 millimeter needle or 1/2 inch. You're only drawing up 1 mil of fluid, and it's water based, so it moves through easy. And just use those. Don't look at these dumbass fucking tutorials on YouTube. These people don't know what the fuck they're doing. These are either, like, dumbass health clinics or, like, nurses or something who don't know fucking shit about what they're doing. I have no idea why they use these big-ass needles. It's just stupid.
Why are women so stupid these days? I'm legit becoming an incel again. Like every time I read some post on Reddit related to men who women like, there's some dumb comment from a bitch talking about how they like nice guys. We all know we're full of shit.
Well, maybe just jerk off and watch porn and lift weights. That's what I do. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. And donate $2. Let me see.
Oh man, they must have accidentally sent him instead of the sports watch. Maybe they took it literally when we said we wanted to adopt a kid. Whoa, that was cool! Yeah, how do you make those clicking sounds? What's your name, dude? Marvin. I think he said his name is Marvin. Yeah, Starvin' Marvin. Well, damn, nigga.
Okay, thanks for the donation, N.
When I train hard I get really horny later on the day. Sometimes I just get to escort for a good price. I feel bad, but at the same time I have needs and men shouldn't have to wait for a lady to be in a certain mood for sex. No, fuck, that's BS, fucking dumb bitches.
I've never paid for sex and I have no interest in doing that, but you know, if you just need that kind of relief, it's up to you. I think sex work is a victimless crime so long as, like, you know, these women are of age and aren't coerced or something or not being sex trafficked, so I don't have a problem with prostitution. Thanks for the donation, though, Crime. Kid Boo donated $2. Well, this is gonna be stupid.
true that they say Muhammad is the greatest man ever to live?
Yes.
Was Muhammad a warlord?
Yes.
How many people did he kill?
Lots.
Thousands.
Yeah, yeah.
How many was he responsible for? Tens of thousands of deaths?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it true that he married a 9-year-old named Aisha?
No, he actually married a 6-year-old.
Oh, I'm sorry. So that would be pedophile.
Yeah, as disgusting as it is, I would like to pause there for a second, because when we talk about a 6-year-old being married, first off, it's not simply marrying a 6-year-old. It is the Prophet Muhammad, the most perfect figure for all mankind. He is in his 50s, and without any necessity at all, he picks and marries a 6-year-old little girl, and then when she's 9 years old, he then consummates the marriage in his mid-50s with her. And that's his third wife, and at that point, his second living wife. So he has absolutely no need.
Yep, well, that wasn't stupid. Yeah. I don't know why we let Muslims into the country. Like, given that we know they worship this fuckwit. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
It's funny how women say that they want a guy who sees them as people and doesn't just want to use them for sex, but then also complain about how all the men they dated were toxic assholes who used them for sex. Lamau. BC, it's mostly about looks.
There's a difference between what you might kind of logically and consciously want in a relationship and what you're attracted to. So women will say they want a certain thing, but then they end up dating a completely different type of guy because that's what they're attracted to. I don't even think it's really... I don't think it has much to do with looks, honestly, because you can look at a lot of serial killers who aren't particularly good looking, like that Son of Sam killer, David Berkowitz. David Berkowitz was getting thousands of fucking love letters in prison from girls who wanted to date him. This is not like, you know, Chad alpha male, you know, kind of guy. He's like this pudgy short dude. So I think it has more to do with women being attracted to dudes who have more masculine type sort of tendencies, and oftentimes that's related to being an abusive dickhead. So like men are more aggressive, they're more violent, they're less agreeable. So a lot of these chicks end up dating dudes with those characteristics, and they tend to be abusive assholes rather than using those characteristics for things that are actually productive. I think it's an evolutionary thing because, like, in tribal societies, you had a lot of violence, so it would make sense for women to be drawn to men who are very violent, but they would use that violence to protect them. And I think that tendency is still, like, in the human brain. Like, it hasn't been evolved out. So women kind of seek those sorts of tendencies, even though it's, like, toxic as fuck and causes a lot of problems in the relationship. But just because there's that weird evolutionary drive. That's my hypothesis, anyway. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Like people say Islamophobia, but isn't it rational to be Islamophobic given how toxic their ideology is? Liberals are fucking Christianophobic, but they love Islam simply because they are brown, a minority group, and challenges status quo of Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, they're just stupid. Yeah, and then when the Muslims take over, guess what they're all going to do? They're going to whine and complain, and then they're going to get their heads cut off, and then, you know, that'll be the end of that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Joints and recovery, but watch out, it drives up prolactin and blunts libido, and over time, it dulls the skin. So, for a real neurosteroid, sex drive and skin support, low-dose HCG is a smarter play. It boosts brain and mood hormones, keeping your drive and focus strong as you get older. GH can be used in the morning with thyroid. This helps rebuild the skin and joints and keeps bad cholesterol from sticking in the arteries. But be careful, if you blast it too high or take too much at night, it can age you faster. The peptide MOTS-C. This will make your cells use fuel better. That will give you cleaner energy. And then on the other hand, we have the Grandpa Stack. This one's like taking a rocket booster, strapping it to a time
Thanks for the membership, Jerome.
machine and setting it to age 60. And this protocol involves tren, test, anadrol with no labs. It can sound macho until the heart gives you a very different message mid-set. So if you want to avoid your heart blowing up, this video on how to protect your heart on steroids can help you act safer. Did you know even the carrier oil that the steroids are in matters, as some underground labs with dirty gear will inflame you more than the actual steroids themselves. So check HSCRP and see if it jumps over 1 for no reason. Also look at rising ALT and AST, or even ferritin, because that's going to tell the same story. So it's clear then, stacking isn't the danger. It's blind stacking. That's what can make guys look like a dinosaur. However, in all this, there's one massively overlooked signal: blood pressure. It's a simple binary switch to whether you're aging fast or staying young, as when blood pressure runs high, the heart wears out faster. A clinic might check you in the afternoon showing 120/80, but if you wear a 24-hour monitor, you'll catch spikes 20 to 30 higher at night. And that's right when the body should be repairing. And those hidden surges can stiffen arteries and reshape the heart, as once you control it, you're going
I take multiple blood pressure readings a day, right when I wake up, 1 or 2 times, like in the afternoon, and then before I go to bed. It's always around the same range. My readings are higher when I'm like up and doing stuff, but the highest I've ever tested it went up to 110 over like 65 or something. But my blood pressure tends to be in the like 90s and 50s. One time when I read it in the morning, it was super fucking low. It was like 92 over 43 or something. And yeah, I'm super prone to low blood pressure. I think it's a genetic thing because I think my mom has had that, and there's probably a dietary factor too. Like, I eat really clean, I have a lot of potassium, that's probably a factor too that drives it a bit lower. Like, if I ate a ton of fucking salt and Chinese food and shit, I'm sure it would go higher.
to slow aging down itself. And that's why owning a blood pressure cuff is as important as owning a body weight scale. But lads, this is just...
Yeah, hair's overrated. Who gives a fuck about your hair?
The beginning, because the next silent traps can be rather confusing, as when hematocrit blood thickness goes up, a lot of guys rush out to donate blood. That sounds smart, but it can hurt you, because if ferritin is already low, you've just drained the fuel your body needs to carry oxygen. My clinic never checks ferritin, so what is it? Well, ferritin is your body's iron storage box. If it's too full, it will clog and rust the pipes. Too empty, and you've got no fuel to run. So don't just drain the tank, as you've now got some clever rules to modulate the system. Donate blood only if hematocrit and ferritin are both high. And if hematocrit is high and ferritin is low...
Well, you should also look at your ratio of red blood cells to platelets. If you have a overabundance of platelets, that's also a good reason to donate blood.
Get yourself some Him iron polypeptide, and depending on your iron profile, take it empty stomach, avoiding caffeine, with vitamin C for absorption. Be alert though, hematocrit can be elevated due to inflammation, so you need to look at your HSCRP, get the inflammation down, recheck lab.
Yeah, my C-reactive protein's low. I think it was at 1.1 on my blood work.
And take the right action. Blood work shows the numbers, but your face That shows the truth, and nothing shows age faster than the kidneys. And high blood pressure can quietly damage them as filtration decelerates. It shows up as puffiness with dark bags under the eyes, and you end up with an overall worn out face. The fix is get yourself a blood pressure cuff. Balance sodium and potassium levels. Add astragalus root for
If you're very muscular, you want to get a blood pressure cuff that goes on the wrist. The only problem with the wrist blood pressure cuffs is they do tend to read a little higher. And you have to make sure that it's level with your heart. There's some that have a sensor in them that will only activate when it's level with your heart. It's not that big of a fucking deal. Like, just don't be a retard. You can just put your hand like right over your heart and then you're good. But if you're very muscular, it takes more pressure to close that artery, the brachial artery in your arm. So if you have like really big arms, it's going to take more pressure and then the reading's going to be higher. So the wrist cuffs are more accurate for larger people.
Protection. Avoid chronic use of NSAIDs. Always keep cardio in, fasted in the morning with 10k steps a day minimum. So if kidneys change your face, what changes? Your eyes. That all comes down to brain chemistry, because the signals in your head are going to decide if you feel happy, focused, or tired. Those are three things coming up can really destroy someone's mental spark. Taking Deca. Prolactin's going to go up, dopamine goes down. So energy and drive both drop. Anavar, because it makes thyroid sluggish. Brain signals will slow down, and then the face looks tired. Another one is doing long cycles with no breaks. From this, the brain's dopamine switches wear out. So this is how you fix it. Lower prolactin, and you can use cabergoline, but base it on blood work. Then boost dopamine by adding tyrosine, pyridoxal phosphate, and L-Dopa. Get morning sunlight and sleep regular. Keep the HCG in there because it makes brain and mood hormones, and that will keep your drive strong. So once hormones and dopamine are handled, here is where a smart supplement and peptide stack comes in useful, and it covers 5 key areas, which is going to make security check your passport twice. First up, inflammation and oxidative stress. PQQ helps cells grow new batteries so they last longer. Omega-3 can drop CRP. Glycine and taurine to lower blood pressure and protect collagen. Curcumin will slow arterial aging. Glutathione injections. This is the body's master antioxidant. Clears toxins and shields cells. Now for skin and hair. Collagen peptides and vitamin C. These give your skin the building blocks to stay firm and smooth. Sun cream. Apply frequently to protect and repair skin while blocking the sun's damage that's going to age it. Red light therapy. These are a great investment and signals your cells to grow more collagen and heal faster.
That was not a red light.
Melatonin 2 will protect you from UVs and keeps the skin looking fresher and younger. Looking at brain and drive. Alpha GPC. This powers up the brain. HCG to keep the mood and drive strong. Methylene blue in tiny doses. This will charge up your cells with lots of energy. For repair and recovery. BPC 157, TB 500. Both of them help joints and tendons heal. DSIP encourages deeper sleep so the body can fix itself faster. MOTS-C gives you more stamina and a better fat burn. SS31 for energy and to protect the cell's batteries from damage. But the truth is, age will reveal itself in performance. So VO2 max and grip strength, as these will predict biological age better than just testosterone or IGF-1. And that's why 50-year-olds who combine zone 2 cardio, strength training, smart stacking of compounds and supplements, and blood work often
if you're taking all of these steroids and peptides every month, always, yeah, it's expensive. I can guarantee you it adds up. This is a rich person's kind of hobby. If you're not, this guy is pretty wealthy. If you're not making money like him, you can like maybe add these things in at certain times when needed, but you do not want to take these things all the time, every month, you know, nonstop, because that would be very expensive. Some of these peptides are maybe like, you know, they range from like $50 to maybe $150 a month. But when you're taking like 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, that adds up pretty quickly.
Will look fresher than a 30-year-old who's just blindly blasting everything. So the question isn't if steroids age you faster, it's whether you're running them in a way that accelerates time or slows it down. In any case, if you think you might need some help and guidance in your mission to level up, you can reach out. Below this video, in the description box, there's a link.
Bodybuilding's already a rough sport, physically, psychologically, hormonally. How much are you thinking about longevity at the moment and the trade-offs?
That's one thing I'll bring up, because it's like guys will ask me, it's like, are you going to move to open? Are you going to, or it's, can't wait to see you as Mr. Olympia. Like as though that's the track that I'm on. And for me, it's more so, it's like, okay, what am I willing to do that adds to this whole thing with bodybuilding that will take me, you know, a certain degree of distance, right? Because if you're a top level Olympia competitor, that comes with its own things, you know, like it's not as though bodybuilding on a competitive level is, and you know, I might not be the one to say recommend, because I'm not like a complete G of bodybuilding, like a Jay Cutler or like a real commentator or a judge would be, who's been in the sport for years. But it's like, it's not something to be pursued forever. Like actually, the bigger I've gotten, the more I've started to be content with the size that I already am, where I used to imagine 300-pound Sam Sulek. I'm like, yeah, once I get to 300, that'll start to be. But it's something where when you actually get to a different position, just over time and like through progress, you're going to have a different perception of like what you actually want. Because even though you may have reached that level from having a certain goal, now you're a completely different person with different circumstances. And as good as that goal may have been to motivate you in the beginning, like sometimes that can change.
Yeah, dude, that's
and
such
it's not a giving up. It's just you've gotten a better perspective, and now you know more to make a better decision.
That's a really fantastic point, that adjusting your goals as you get closer to them, to some people feels like seeding ground. You've already done the hard part. Why are you not applying more pressure and really, really pushing? Yeah. But the same as what you considered to be a good dish when you were starting out as a chef will not be what you consider to be a good dish as you become more sophisticated. Yeah. And that dish may be more simple. So you may start out making these really complex things with 500 ingredients, and you think, well, actually...
Bubble guts are caused from eating too much food, storing a lot of visceral fat, gut inflammation from taking oral steroids, and the use of insulin. Growth hormone has nothing to do with it.
You know, just a good pasta. Like, I can just nail a good pasta, and I think that that's pretty sweet. So, yeah, the ability to discern good from bad, like taste. Like, what's something that's a tasteful goal for me to go towards? What's something that resonates? How do I realize as I get closer to something that maybe the ladder I was climbing was kind of leaning up against the wrong wall a little bit, so I'm just going to adjust it, and I'm going to keep climbing over here?
And it's...
S donated $2. Let me see.
Thoughts on Charlie Kirk?
I don't care. That guy's
a lot of
scamming idiot.
If you wanted me to make a video about the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, Sverige knows a fair bit about assassinations. He tried to kill his ex-girlfriend.
I wasn't planning on doing that at all, but coincidentally, what I wanted to talk about today actually aligns with that topic, and it also proves the points which I made in my previous video. As for Charlie Kirk, I had only seen a few of his videos. He spoke out against abortions, he promoted having families. That's sort of closer to nature. Of course, it all had a religious undertone. He supported gun ownership, he blindly supported. It made no sense, and you could tell that he knew that.
I think he said Israel.
Especially because he always talked about morals, but people who are on the right side feel as if they need to do that to belong, as illogical as it may be. Whatever the case, the left side doesn't exist, the right
Who the fuck knows?
side also doesn't exist. Politicians don't exist, it's people dressing up and playing roles.
Well, that's not worth watching. Thanks for the donation, dude.
With bodybuilding, at least, there's a few examples. I mean, actually, I'm sure there's thousands where it's not highlighted on social media, so I wouldn't have any input on when this might happen. But with bodybuilding, it's not something I'd recommend for everyone. Like when I see I'd say its prevalence now, like the idea of I need to be a bodybuilder, or like a younger guy saying I have to be able to get on stage at a certain point. I think it's a bit overinflated in its value because it's very showy. You only see that like little flashy kind of point at the end. And it's also in a scope of social media where like as much as I'm not trying to overdo it and make myself like look cooler or better, or like portray a crazy lifestyle that I might actually live, like it's still kind of flashy in its presentation. So if you get obsessed with like the idea of something, to actually approach what that real thing is, and now your idea of it is actually going to become a real understanding of it, and you'll realize like, shit, man, I like there's guys where they have gone pro, like they really got into it, they were 100% serious, and then they realize this isn't for me. I'm gonna not like backpedal isn't the right word. I'm gonna just redirect towards something which I actually value now. And if at any point that would happen, then that's what I would do.
How do you now personally weigh health versus aesthetics? You've got this.
Well, I mean, everybody, there's actual like numerical metrics. You know, everyone's getting their, like, honestly, I think everybody should be getting their blood tested, even just out of curiosity.
That's something you're doing regularly?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's definitely like anybody who's serious about bodybuilding, they're all getting relatively extensive blood tests pretty regularly. And if they're not, then like you are missing out. But what sucks is actually it's, I'm kind of spoiled because my general practitioner will order all my stuff, like a full panel of everything. Whereas a lot of doctors, like I'll hear stories where it's like, you know, can I just get my test leveled? A normal dude. Nah, you're young. You don't have to worry about something like that. And
Yep, that's what doctors do. They think they know everything, and then they'll say, oh no, I'm smarter than you. I'll run your life for you. You don't need that test. You don't need this medication. Oh, you feel like shit and you're miserable? Oh, well, maybe just take a vitamin supplement. Yeah, that's what doctors do.
It's, like, I mean, I'm sure you've got your own take on it, but it's just kind of this behind the curve sort of thing. Because that's something like, what if you're a guy where you're straight up hypogonadal and you might be literally whatever value is barely any. That could totally
the 150s or the 200s or something.
Well, I'm saying like if there was somebody where they were under 100 and it's like you didn't have any control over that, and if your hormones are totally out of whack, then that would be warrant for intervention. And that was something that would be totally like doctor viewed. But what I see a lot is you could take that statement and stretch it as far as it could go to justify the craziest things. Like it's with, and I see it a lot in training, a 50-year-old ex 900-pound squatter, complete, like real experience and respected in the space, will make a video and he's training now still. And he's been training for 40 years or 35 years. And he'll say, you know, right now it's back squats. They're the reward to risk to reward ratio, it's not there. It's too much on my lower back. My knees they've been kind of worn. Like so for me, I've got to stick to more like lighter leg press and, just more kind of stable movements. And that's backed by his situation. And someone who is kind of starting a little earlier in the gym, they might have an awesome like grasp of everything, will hear that. And then that's an easy argument to say, well, this guy said you don't even need to squat. I'm not squatting. Dude, squats, like not even an acceptance of like, I don't want to squat. That's why I don't do it. But just this, trying to bring the bar down to their level of like, well, I'm not willing to squat. I don't want to do it. If I can justify why I don't need to do it, then actually I'm not skipping anything. I'm doing it right by doing less.
What's the line? What's the linkage or analogy between that and the bloods?
Yeah, well, it's just because then somebody could say, oh, my test was probably super low anyway. They didn't even get a test. Somebody could say, it's like, I was looking at WebMD, and it's like so I don't bring that up as much, but the normalcy and like the kind of the conditioned of just like, that's not a big deal. Like that's not something I'm
Let me give you this.
about.
Let me give you this. According to the American Urological Association, 25% of patients on TRT never had their testosterone checked. 1/3 weren't even deficient. I saw that last week.
But what's the age demographic? Because
that is stupid. Yeah, they'll say, oh, they weren't even deficient in testosterone when they got their testosterone checked, but they're at like 300. It's like, yeah, okay.
If that's still like what somebody would conventionally say a normal age to be, like a 35 above, I think that's a much different situation than anything earlier, because you're literally still a developing dude. That is a thing that you are messing with, which is not just like, it's just, whatever.
This episode is brought to
You fools!
I really want to play this arcade game. I gotta get MAME installed. Looks cool.
What's up, gamers? How we doing? Zombie Revenge, 1999. I'll always give props to games that try to push a franchise into a different subgenre. That's exactly what Zombie Revenge does for the House of the Dead universe. Released by Sega in arcades and later ported to the Dreamcast in 1999, Zombie Revenge trades the light gun precision of the parent series for brutal up-close brawling. You play as one of a small team of agents, each with their own flavor of combo and weapon, and wade through a city full of zombies, mutants, and set pieces that feel like the darker cousin of a Saturday afternoon action film. The game is essentially a beat-em-up with occasional ranged mechanics and an emphasis on chaining attacks and using found weapons to keep the action fresh. I like Zombie Revenge because it blends frantic melee with the grotesque enemy design. The Naomi arcade.
So, I found out one of my friends likes Charlie Kirk and thinks he had a good message, and the clips of him were out of context, such as him talking about the DI program. That's he was right to be against it. Your thought?
I don't give two shits about you or your friend. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Arcade hardware gave it a distinct look, and the Dreamcast port lets you feel the impact of wallops and weapon swings in your controller. Critics and players often praised it for its atmosphere and boss encounters, but the reception was mixed when it came to depth. Some reviewers wanted more complex combo systems, and others felt the AI could be repetitive in later stages.
Honestly, guys.
So you said that before we started rolling the cameras that you were the underground guy for like 20 years, right?
Yeah.
Now you're the front and center guy.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
When I got hurt.
Gotcha.
I don't know if you know that story, and I don't really love to tell that story, but December 2013, I was crippled. How about that? I was in a crippling accident, and it caused me to change everything because literally it changed everything.
What happened? If you don't mind, you don't have to, but
I'll give you a very condensed version.
Sure.
I was training with a friend of mine who is a pro wrestler. Not that makes him a bad egg, but that makes him tall. And we squatted, and I think we did, it was a goofy workout. I think we actually deadlifted, then squatted, and we're finishing up with some leg presses. And it was an old leg press, one that I actually like, but to rack the sled in the low position was lowish for me and impossible for him. And to rack the sled in the top position was borderline impossible for me. So it was kind of not the piece of equipment we should have been using, but we did. And because I was stronger than him and probably a little more reckless than him, we would rack it in the top position, and I would have to basically do a ballistic repetition and slap the handles in. And that worked until it didn't. And I was fully extended, toes all out in like plie position, and handle slapped in and then slapped out. And whatever it was, fucking 1,100 pounds or some nonsense, just came straight down, and my feet basically just rolled up. And I broke, literally, when I say this, people think I'm being hyperbolic, but I'm not. This is a genuine statement. I broke every bone in both of my feet. Fuck. And,
That sounds unpleasant.
Mayhem from there. Was told, the surgeon was actually the ER surgeon, who was not actually who did the surgery. It was actually an acquaintance of mine, and he told me basically just...
Would you have a game lobby for us? I don't think you can play Zombie Revenge online.
Preparatory. He's like, you're probably not going to walk again. And he said, if you do, you're going to walk with a severe limp. So that was how my 2014 started, was wheelchair bound.
And then does that propel into your question? So after that, something happened?
Well, I mean, that changed everything because I was no longer, competitive. I was no longer mobile. I was no longer a lot of things. At the time, I had no idea how long I was even going to be in the wheelchair. It wound up being about 9 months. So, I basically had to start. I don't even want to say I was so clever. It's like I had to build infrastructure from this chair. I had to fucking basically fill my fucking hours. Like, you can only do so many fucking wheelies in the living room, and then you're like, well, maybe it's time to fucking do something. And that led me to, the podcasting, and that's, of course, a public thing, sort of. You're sitting there talking to a phone, but potentially thousands or tens of thousands of people see it, and that's what led me down the road of kind of having a public face.
You seem obsessive in the way you learn, and
territory. It communicates with tissues and makes them more receptive in some way, depending on the tissue, for future plasticity changes. So if you have a muscle surface or a connective tissue or something, growth hormone comes along and communicates and in some way prepares it for growth. In the case of muscle, it upregulates stem cells and satellite cells and nuclei and gets them very prepared for future growth. It's like having site work done on a construction site. It does the site work, didn't build shit, but it put up the little fence and it got everything ready for the workers to arrive. And as unimportant and uninteresting as that sounds, try and build something on an unprepared surface. It's actually impossible. So it's really the fundamental thing. So you need to have this baseline of growth hormone is in play, it's doing its thing. And then, unfortunately, now you have a secondary player to growth hormone, which is kind of growth hormone's metabolic helper, which is insulin, which needs to be in play, whether it's driven through food or exogenous. So the two of them have a synergy to get their shit done. Then once their shit's done and you have these prepared surfaces and growth-ready tissue surfaces, now you can individually target the tissues for the variety of growth you want by applying, IGF-1, MGF, there's multiple mechanogrowth factors. There's, and then TB500 and BPC, which are slightly different but still similar, and they need that preparatory action. But the whole recovery peptide thing is actually really vast. For instance, a mechano growth factor would sort of, if you think of muscle as a chicken wire lattice with dense plaster on it, the chicken wire is the reticulin, elastin, structural, rough endoplasmic reticulum, all that shit. Mechanogrowth factor can actually stimulate the growth of that. So now it's not really healing a tissue, but it's reinforcing the structure that you're constantly building on and making bigger. So there's like layers and layers to this. There's preparatory recovery, there's post-damage recovery, there's post-exercise recovery. There's all these layers, if that matters.
Yeah, and I've heard you speak about it before. Like you mentioned before about like whether we're driving insulin through endogenous or exogenous, and this kind of like goes to play with like just the calorie content, I suppose, during this period. Like it would obviously be something which, if you're relying upon that endogenously, like we wouldn't be thinking about being in big deficits whilst trying to make, this recovery.
Right. Absolutely. You again, think about childhood. Do children grow well if they're starved? As stupid and obvious as that statement is, it fucking parlays right through all of things. Truncate developmental energy, you truncate overall growth, height, body mass, etc. Doesn't play any different. The magnitude of surplus maybe isn't quite so significant, but nonetheless, the principles are exactly the same.
Do you have a bit of insights into that magnitude, like of surplus? Like, do you sort of have that conversation with the,
I had that conversation endlessly, and everyone walks away from that conversation frustrated because they want an answer, and there isn't. The answer is dependent on age, race, sex, how far above baseline that individual is, how, just because of conditions, how plastic that individual remains.
Yeah.
Homeostasis is a very, very powerful thing, and if you fall into too deep a level of it, you lose a level of biological plasticity.
Yeah, look, I can tell you, like even like with my experiences with clients, like a lot of the time you'll have someone who is in some kind of preparation phase where perhaps they've got a show or some event on and they really need to be in this caloric deficit, but they've got this injury they're dealing with, and there's kind of like this immovable event. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, we're gonna rub it up against reality. Like, what can we do? And we're just gonna do what we can. And then another one, and this is probably maybe a little bit more with the Gen Pop than athletes, is if you're injured, you don't get to do a lot of training. You don't get to do a lot of training. You don't want to get fat. And so they're kind of like fighting this, request to increase calories to heal. Go, listen, you're just going to have to bite the bullet here and realize if we're going to recover from this, we need a certain amount of time allocated towards recovery. And you need to take that idea of like staying thick skin lean right now and just, put it off to the side.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Well, that brings up a whole separate conversation that, again, I don't even like to have. But I really briefly, I'd say most people's both expectations and realities are so wildly removed from one another. I think most Gen Pop people are way too fat. Most bodybuilders are way too lean, and they're just the realities are so separated. It's just not even a conversation I like to have.
Yeah. Do you think that's a divergence that you've seen get worse over time? With these expectation versus reality?
I don't know, because I don't pay attention. I don't care. I don't talk to regular people. That's the thing. People always bring up Gen Pop, and I'm like, who are these fucking people? And why do you even care about them? I don't know. And I don't want, more relevant, I don't want to know. Yeah. I think they would just cloud up my worldview.
Yeah. But the context for you, for those listening who are mostly Gen Pop, your context is athletes, right? No?
My context, personally, my interest personally is the motivated. I don't care if you compete in the Olympics.
Gen Pop
or
can be
just
motivated.
Chance around your fucking house. It's the people you're talking about are not motivated. I'm talking about people that would fucking knife their uncle to get where they want to be. I'm talking about people that are motivated.
Okay.
People that will walk 15 fucking miles in the rain to get to the gym to do the hard shit I'm telling them to do. That's fucking motivated. Not I have $100, tell me what to do. No. Fuck, I'll kick those people down the stairs. Fuck that.
As you should.
Fuck.
Fair enough. Okay, so you delineate the difference between Gen Pop and just the savages, the people who are fully committed and dedicated to the goal and the outcome. So to go back a little bit, to go growth hormone, is there a minimalist and maximalist approach you have, or you don't even think that way? It's just you need to do this in order to repair this soft tissue injury, this or nothing.
No, that's a terrible way to look at it. And people love to do that. People love, what do IFBB pros take? And I'm like, why do you care? That's like asking how much, how much antibiotic does the guy dying of tuberculosis need? Well, like, what are you planning on getting tuberculosis? Like, why do you fucking care? Like, you need the amount you need. And that's it. That's how drugs work. You need the amount you need. So it's a case by case. It's based on body mass, magnitude of injury, magnitude of vestment. There are people out there that can literally get everything they need out of 1 IU. And then there's literally people that cannot buy enough growth hormone to accomplish their fucking goals. It's how much you need. I mean, the joke around the office is growth hormone falls under the hookers and lawyers clause in most athletes' contracts. And that clause literally is more is always better, more is always more fun, more always gives you a better outcome, and more is always expensive, and more always requires more lawyers. That's what that clause says.
Same applies for drugs.
As a rule.
Right. And then as you age, I wanted to ask you, Broderick, how do you think about the trade-off between dosages, compounds?
No, I wouldn't quit
as you
YouTube
age,
if I get really rushed.
and longevity, if you care about it, or quality of life?
Again, this begs me to tell a story that, again, I don't really want to tell, but I started using drugs at age 16. I was exposed to them essentially from day one. So from age 10 to age 16, I knew this was a thing. I knew very roughly what it cost in an ever-growing sense. But from day one, I knew it was a thing. I knew it was a dangerous thing. I knew it was almost certainly in my future, that sort of thing. At age 16, I literally looked in a bathroom mirror and spoke aloud a deal to the devil. And I literally said, if I take these things, travel the world, lift weights, do all the shit I want to do, and can live to 40, that's a fair trade. And I basically shook on that. I turned 51 yesterday. Every single day when I wake up, if I am able to fucking sleep, which usually I'm not, every single morning when I wake up, my first reaction is, nuh-uh.
Fuck. You're just cheating life.
So,
yeah.
Again, that's not the response people expect. They expect, a certain repentance, and I have none. Not a fucking drop.
So I got to ask you then, because like at 16, that was a while ago, man, and it wasn't like you had access to information like you have now. Like, how did you have the sense about you to make that deal? Do you know what I mean? Knowing the implications, or was it kind of guesswork back then?
It's still guesswork now. Let's be fucking honest.
I'm 10 years younger than you, right? So I'm 41, and like when I look back to like my early 20s and like looking at researching into steroids and drugs, admittedly, I didn't know anyone from that world, right? So I didn't have any kind of like anecdotes to come off of. I wouldn't have had the sense to know of the full implications to make a deal like that. But obviously,
there's a story-ish there. One, I had very good, possibly the gayest term that's lodged in my head. I had very good mentorship. I had very, very advanced, very, very intelligent, very, very interested parties around me that were able to offer me insights. And then secondly, the conversation we started with, to me, learning was a fucking job.
Yeah.
At age 12, I literally walked, I don't think I'm being hyperbolic, 3-4 kilometers to the bus station. Got on a bus, took the bus into the city, went from the city and walked and fucking wandered and fucking found a building called a library, and went into the library and found a big fucking box with meter-long drawers with little fucking cards, and ruffled through the fucking cards to find the card that represented the book that maybe they had, that maybe had all its pieces and pages, and maybe had the fucking information I wanted. And then I'd leave with a fucking bundle of fucking paper under my arms and go home and read this shit and make notes, furious fucking notes. And then it was on a clock because I had to take them back in a certain amount of time and make the fucking pilgrimage back to the fucking building and give them to this fucking curmudgeon old bitchy
I love how amped and bitter he sounds. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Haven't seen you in a while. What you been up to? It's all a matter of mindset, dude, and a lot of people kind of think they're stuck, but they just put themselves in that box. You can pretty much do whatever the hell you want to. It's just society has made you think you need to make a certain amount of money, you need to work a certain job that has a certain amount of security, and you need a certain relationship, and you need a family and kids. Everybody can make their own decisions, and you're not boxed in like you think you are. We all have the power to change our circumstances, and we also have the power to change the way we view our circumstances. It's all a matter of mindset at the end of the day. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
woman that was mad that I wanted books about fucking steroids. And that was my job. My job was to go to school and suffer through the idiots at school, and then get home and read, and then leave, and then leave. Then I got to leave there and go lift weights, and then I would come back and I would fucking read, and that was my job, and that was my purpose. And this is the part that confounds everybody. And it wasn't because I wanted to grow up and be a guru or be a fucking internet celebrity or any of that shit. It's because I wanted to fucking know there was shit out there that I didn't know, and that made me mad. That made me that made me furious. That's the whole reason I went to college, is because they knew the shit I needed to know. I didn't want to put up with their liberal, floppy dick, annoying fucking personalities and fucking wander their idiot halls. It was like a fucking cabal. They had the shit, and I had to get it. Sorry.
That is the secret sauce for learning.
Yeah, no, that really is.
That is.
One of the first things, the frustration, that emotion, the anger of not being good enough and not knowing enough.
See, he had that, I had floppy disks, and you had like USBs, man. Just, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So back in my day, I had floppy disks at least at the uni.
It's just a different mode, but the emotion of not being good enough or not being smart enough or not being furious about your own ignorance is there.
So like, can we take like that is like so much experience, right? So much time under your belt doing all of this, and like this thirst for that knowledge that you're talking about. Can I ask you something like more specific in regards to like, let's say expectations that people have around the conversation of fertility? Because that's a big one when people are considering like steroids and things like that. Like, what's been your experience of like the myth or the stuff that's kind of passed around versus the reality of what you see for males and females?
It's hard to buy. Infertility is hard to buy. Again, I don't want to belittle the rare individual that has that problem, because that's a terrible, horrible problem. Apparently, a very emotional, disrupting. It's awful. I'm told. But I'm not by any stretch a paper waver. I'm not one of these people that looks up a paper and like, oh, look what I find. But there is a certain utility in looking at established statistics. What is the incidence of infertility?
Hood versus suburbs, donate $2.
I'm gonna ask questions, but I Google me, boy. Yeah, all right. You can't go cardio my meeting. All right. You can't go cardio.
Look at the score. Yeah, it's all good. 37-7 is all good.
Not about that, though.
Yeah, all right, you right. You right, look at the score. Oh, what you gonna do? Nothing.
Your team, we're either gonna shut up. Shut up. I'm gonna ask questions.
Who has more heart, the hood or the suburbs? Suburbs have to earn because no welfare, so they struggle more, and the hood, they just get free government money. Suck the game. That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Fertility in Gen Pop happens to be about 10%. That just is the number. It's just like being left-handed. It's about 15%. That seems to be the number baked into the fucking human genome. About 10% of people have low to infertility. You know what it is in athletics? Any guess?
About the same.
A little less.
Yeah.
About 8-9%. Yeah. So, know what athletes do? They take steroids. So is steroids causing infertility? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah. Look, in my experience, and it goes back to what you said before about like making that deal with the devil when you were young. Like when I go back to my high school and even coming out of high school into uni, my early 20s, if I was to think of steroids, the number one thing that we got like entrained, I suppose, was infertility. You know, and then as of the decades have passed and like seeing people use. I just don't.
Dude, infertility is a fucking gift. If you're infertile, that means you just make more fucking money. That's why gay people are wealthier than straight people. They don't have to worry about getting anybody pregnant, taking care of some dumb bitch fucking kid and all this other horse shit. Gay people can just focus on work and making a living and staying in shape. That's why gay people live longer, they're healthier, they're in better shape. Lower prevalence of obesity. They make more fucking money. Infertility is a fucking gift.
I don't see it to the extent that the worry and concern that was allocated there.
Name me an IFBB probe that doesn't have children.
Huh.
Name me one that doesn't have way more fucking children than they want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a selection bias. You would know. You would really know, but I just want to be super
No, again, I tell
honest.
people all the time, I'm like, don't take my word for this shit. Go do your own
Yeah,
research. But
okay.
that's the statement.
Are there any of the myths or common misconceptions? There are probably heaps maybe in your brain, but is there any that pop into mind, like infertility, that you think need to be smashed?
It's not for me to do. I don't
Yeah.
give a fuck what that. People always what do you think about so and so saying that, whatever? And I'm like, you're asking me to explain to you why a dumb person thinks a dumb thing? Like, what the fuck is that? I don't mean this as an insult to you, but that's an insulting question.
No, I understand. You're a different thinker.
I don't possess the ability to think like an idiot.
Yeah.
Nor do I ever want to develop that. I just don't care how stupid people think or and there's probably a body of people somewhere off at fucking Cambridge or whatever that think I'm stupid and cool. I don't want them to try and think down to my level. It should be an upward trend, not downward. But to what you said with people that, come to you with concerns about fertility or whatever, I see that as the kind of grabbing a snake from the wrong end. I think that's the wrong problem. The problem is a lack of commitment. Do you or do you not want this thing, whatever this thing is, this shiny object? Do you or do you not want it? If you want it enough, you'll shut up about infertility. You'll shut up about erectile dysfunction. It's not saying I want you to have it. It's saying that if the thing is shiny enough, you'll go ahead. If it's not, shut the fuck up and move on to the next endeavor. Buy golf clubs and get the fuck out of my sphere.
Yeah. For me, it's a case of and this is why maybe I think as we've gone through time and we've got more access to information, that I think people now think that they could find the right person who's got the tricks or the secret, or pay enough money to kind of get out of, get through this without you're paying the price of doing business. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Oh no, I completely believe that, and they're wrong.
Yeah.
They're universally wrong. I get that all the time. What's the safe way to take steroids? I'm like, take up golf. There's a safe way to take steroids.
Yeah.
And there are gurus out there that are basically making their bones on selling the safest way to do drugs. And I'm sorry, but I believe that is a unicorn. I don't believe that is a thing.
Yeah.
And more importantly, I don't think that should be a thing. If something doesn't have a risk, it doesn't have value.
So when I had one of my athletes ask me this, we're working with, he asked about, you talk about the commitment. it's a general question that you might want a lot more nuance for, but recovery days where you're not pushing, you're not causing a big stress of the body. How needed are there, in a general sense, this is the question I got, for people on PEDs to supercompensate, recover, or can you just, no, they're not really needed. The point of PEDs is to push the rate limiter and train every day. How do you think about that? How would you answer that?
I would answer that as that's a crap question.
I'm good at asking those.
That's how I would answer that. That's just a terrible question.
Well, that's a question I got. What's a better question?
We understand, theoretically, Hans-Selye gas general adaptation. We know that there's a stress, a response, and a recovery. So now you're asking me how necessary is rest. There's a check mark. There's stress, and then there's recovery. There's a check mark. The width or narrowness of that check mark is dependent on the magnitude of the stress. It's not how hard you train. It's simply the magnitude of the stress. So it's like the squat every day versus the squat every week versus myself who squats every fucking 3 weeks. It's the magnitude of the stress requires a necessary length of commensurate check mark. So how often you rest is dependent on exactly how acute the stress is.
Why is this guy so rude? It's just the way he is.
And what level of recovery you have to combat it. Now, what I think you're asking under your breath or around a corner is, can you take enough drugs to overcome almost all rest periods? The answer is yes. But the answer is, can you survive that drug use for long? The answer is no. Again, it comes down to, this is something that I homeschool my children. Well, I'm done, actually. They're all graduated. But I've homeschooled all 3 of my children. And this is one of the tools that I've offered them, which I think is very valuable. Whenever you run into a roadblock when you're thinking of whatever you're doing, try to move it laterally to something that's similar but sufficiently different that you're not confused. Okay? So take that Hans-Selye check mark. I'm talking about training, I'm talking about intensity and frequency, and fuck, I'm clouded. And move it over here. What else follows the Hans-Selye check mark? And you look at suntan. There's stress. My skin gets.
Cookie don't need to tell there's women, propaganda, and Myron got to be the most beta cuck males on the planet.
Yo, what's up, guys? Hey, if you go to this school, DM me on Instagram. I'll follow you back.
This racist guy who claims to be Christian, by the way, also is the guy who believes in a dark-skinned Arab man known as Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, that's a funny thing.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, Myron?
Yo.
So, women's liberation, as we all know, has been a disaster for this country.
Yes.
We taught them how to read, we gave them the right to vote, and we are putting them in college. We're letting them party for the first 30 years of their life or 10 years of their adult life. I'm a Christian, but I look at the Middle East and I look at Muslims, and they seem to have their women in check. My question is, do we need to bring some sort of Sharia law to America to get our women back in check? What do we do? How do we fix this? Do we need to put them in burqas? They're killing babies, and they think they're smarter than they are.
Our guy over here, man. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, so I don't think we need Sharia law because I do think, even me growing up as a Muslim, I understand that Sharia law simply just isn't compatible with a Western democracy. It just isn't. But I do think that, this country was founded as a Christian country, and I think we could just go back to Christian ethics and that will handle a lot of the problems. The problem is that, right, people are misinterpreting the Bible, and, women think that they're equal within the Bible, and we got female pastors and shit, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? So I think if we can get back to that nuclear family structure, I think that will handle a lot of the problems. But yes, I agree with you that feminism and...
We're done with that. We're so far past it. Like, it's so, like, this is just pure grifting, dude. And he knows he's grifting. This guy for years has been telling everybody about female nature. Women are untrustworthy. They're ungrateful. They're deceptive. Don't try to create a life around, like, your female partner. Because you're just asking for fucking trouble. And then he's like, oh yeah, get married, have kids, have a woman fuck you over and be able to manipulate you and ruin your fucking life. Like, yeah, right. This is just a grift. So he realizes there's this whole Christian conservative hype train where the money is. That's where the gravy train's going. And this is why he's doing that. So he's talking about Christianity and family structure. He literally did a live stream like 2 weeks ago telling men to never get married. It's a terrible idea. How are these two things compatible? So we're supposed to be living under like a Christian kind of ethic framework, at least. If not, like at the extreme end, he might be advocating for Christian nationalism. And we need to adhere to a nuclear family structure. But then he says men should never get married. Never tie yourself down to a woman. Like he's grifting. He's lying. He's full of shit. He does not believe a single thing coming out of his mouth.
Has created a host of problems that, quite frankly, women don't even know is going to come back to haunt them later on. They think it's all great to be a slut and have freedom and woo.
They're celebrating the declining birth rate on Instagram a lot of the time, and that's literally the death of our nation. And they're cheering and they think it's cool. Oh, I'm contributing to the declining birth rate. We're all going to die if nobody has kids. If you're smart.
Sam Hyde does the same thing? No, Sam Hyde is a little different. Here's the way Sam Hyde thinks. Sam Hyde likes the way society is structured. Sam Hyde knows that there's certain information that you give to smart people so they can get ahead and use the idiots. And there's certain information that you give to the idiots so that society stays the way he likes it, so that he can use and take advantage of the idiots. That's how Sam Hyde thinks. Fresh and Fit are not as smart as Sam Hyde. They're just grifting. They're just following Gravy Train. Sam Hyde wants dumbasses to get married, breed, have kids, live under this Christian kind of worldview, because that's a society where he can actually flourish in, because he can just take advantage of idiots.
If you're high IQ, you need to have kids. The high IQ people aren't reproducing, and that's what we need.
Yeah, and if you look at like Japan and South Korea, like that's where we're headed. Like these countries are declining and they're getting cooked. And like something like I was doing a pod with a buddy of mine earlier, like 40, 50% of the population is 60 or above. Like that is a dying nation, man. So the birth rates are low, and if we don't get the birth rates up with men and women together having strong nuclear families, we're cooked. But we're destroying ourselves. Why? Because women want to be free and they want to be sluts, and that's a problem.
Can we fix the birth rate?
And again, this is the guy who said he slept with hundreds of women. Like, yeah, okay, sure. You have a problem with sluts, but you have sex with them. All right.
By just importing a bunch of immigrants from Africa and India, would that fix it?
I don't think so, man. I think mass immigration is a problem. If we look at like what's going on, like if we look at Toronto, right?
Okay, well, a lot of the immigrants do come to Toronto, but they're not the crazy, wacko, like Syrian refugees that Europe gets.
It's nothing but Jeets. So it's like, God damn, man. It's
getting
basically
fake
India.
college degrees.
Yeah,
A lot of the immigrants aren't even going to Toronto anymore. They're going to areas like Brampton. Immigrants are getting priced out of Toronto. So all the like Indian doctors are going to Toronto, but and like the Chinese. But yeah, all the Indians are going to Brampton. They're going to areas where the rent's cheaper. They've all been priced out of Toronto.
Going to colleges and malls and kiosks and colleges attached to Indian restaurants, literally. But you get arrested in Canada if you speak out against this.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, I think they don't have freedom of speech, right?
Neither does the UK.
Yeah.
We're like the only ones left, man.
It's scary.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll let you go. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for coming on, bro.
Thank you. Never forget, Israel did 9/11. I think we can all come together on that.
Oh my god. Fucking insane. How in the hell is his channel not deleted? Thanks for the donation cookie. Donating $2.
What advice would you give to young people? Have children immediately. Oh, that? Including in high school. Yes, I think that's all that matters. Oh, I can't afford that. Well, yeah, you'll figure out a way to afford it once you have kids. This is true of men. I'm not sure if it's true of women, but it's definitely true of men. You will not achieve until you have no choice. Men.
Like, I think this is self-evidently the worst advice you could possibly give anybody. People who have children younger, forever, for the rest of their life, doom their financial future. If you have children as a teenager, you are pretty much guaranteed to stay poor. That is the best, most surefire way to make sure you will never accumulate wealth and you will have no money for retirement.
Do nothing until they have to. But once they have to, they will do anything. Men will do nothing unless they have to, but once they have to, they will do anything. I really believe that from watching and from being one. And even if you're poor, having spent my life.
When did Tucker Carlson have kids? Former Fox News host met Andrews in high school. They got engaged in 1991. Oh, so, I'm forgetting. His parents are mega millionaires. I think his parents have like $100 million net worth or something. So yeah, the guy who's born into a mega millionaire family is saying, "Oh yeah, having kids at a young age is great." Well, yeah, I guess it's fine when your fucking mommy and daddy will set you up in a nice mansion and you don't have to pay for anything. Fuck Tucker Carlson, he's a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You get sore, and then there's a recovery. And then you start thinking, well, that means, like, yes, if I'm out in the sun for 8 hours, I need 2 days off. I'm out in the sun for 4 hours, I only need a day off. And you can start to see it's an inverse proportion to how long I'm in the sun versus how long I'm out of the sun. And once you start to see that relationship, you can just move it back into your problem. That's your point.
We must pick up a thing or two about like learning and teaching in that time just with them, right?
Did you have children?
Relentless humping.
Don't worry about the protection, kids.
By the way, no PCT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Cool.
You fucking kidding me?
Yeah, who needs that?
So, like, over the last 8 years, you've built a pretty big tribe now, by the looks of it.
Well with me. So am I content? Absolutely not.
As you to that.
I don't.
All right, well, it's 2 a.m. I'm gonna head to bed. We will be streaming tomorrow. I had a power outage and shit. I was planning on streaming earlier, but, you know, shit happens. But I should be able to stream a bit earlier tomorrow, so I'm going to try to get some sleep and everything, and then I'll try to start a stream earlier in the day. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. And as always, keep making those vegan steroid gains.